I am way too tired to listen to a debate tonight.
Too bad, buddy.
Son of a bitch. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Monkey in the Morning. I'm Monkey. He is Jack. Say hello, Jack.
Hi, everybody.
Jack, how you doing tonight, man?
Yeah. How you doing?
Oh, so tired, man. I was sleeping well, and then Satsu called me, and then I went right back to sleep. And a couple minutes later, my wife came into the room. So I was just up then, and here we are. And I normally would be pumped up for something like this. You know me, I love my politics and shit, but it's the vice presidents. So unless it's like spectacular, there's a chance you might have to take over the show a few hours in as I pass out.
Oh, yeah. Well, that ought to be exciting since I can't control any audio or visual.
Hopefully for you, I have the video playing.
Yeah. Otherwise, you guys are going to be really bored.
All right.
I can't end the stream either.
For those who are new around here, just a heads up on the way we do this. We will be watching this fresh. I have not seen any of this. I didn't even see any clips this time, Jack. I stayed completely away from it so that it's a 100% live reaction. The other thing you should know if you're new here is that this is going to take a while. It was a hour and a half debate?
Yeah, I think so.
Given our normal modus operandi, probably 5 to 6 hour stream. Just throwing that out there. And with that out there, there's no time like the present, Jack. Let's jump into this.
Oh, yeah, we really should say like, share, and subscribe before we start so people, get the word out.
I never say that shit.
All
right. Please stand by for live video. Wait, wasn't I watching this on the CBS feed? Why does it say MSNBC? Hang on. I am not watching this on MSNBC. Oh, you sons of bitches. They tricked me, Jack. Actually, I probably should watch the MSNBC feed because wasn't CBS the one who did this? Me and them have some history. They like to strike me now and then.
And you rise up stronger.
Oh, shit. It looks like the CBS one's not up anymore. They must have taken it down and put it up as its own video. All right, fuck it. We'll watch it on MSNBC. I don't want to give them any views, but
check Rumble.
Nah, it's all right. We'll do it here. No, I don't. Why are you fucking with me, game? It's not even a game. It's a thing. Wabbajack, thank you so very much. Going to bed, catch you still live in the AM, probably.
Yeah, probably.
And thank you. This is Kyle, who's ready for another 3v1. And thank you, right, Monkey. Did I ever tell you you're my hero? Did you ever know that you're my hero? If you haven't heard Gary Morris sing his fucking song, you really should listen to it. Cryptic, thank you, said boomer. I'm not a boomer. Fuck you. I'm actually like pretty centralized in the Gen X thing. I love that they think that we're that much smarter than boomers, though. That everything's a boomer instead of Xer.
Because Xer sounds like we do porn.
Well, yeah, that's more of a millennial thing. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, here we goes. I don't know when the actual people start talking, so we'll talk over them.
Preston said they probably struck down the debate because it depicts a murder.
Oh,
that makes me excited.
Tonight, have you heard anything about it? Did you pay any attention?
I heard about 2 minutes of it because my dad was watching it before I left. So I am aware of about 2 minutes of this. And I've seen a couple of posts on X that were not contextual at all. Monkey hits the pause button like Michael J. Fox trying to play Operation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great analogy.
I turned it on just long enough to get the video into my history. And Walls was making a face. I paused it immediately and Walls was making a face that would have been the thumbnail if I could have remembered where it was.
that
Because
that dude looks like a Muppet.
he does. He really does. But
He
anyway,
reminds me of some actor, but I can't pinpoint it. But I absolutely detest the way he talks. It's somehow arrogant and dumb at the same time.
I know who you're talking about. I just don't know the guy's name.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he looks just like some actor from like the 80s. But Nora O'Donnell being on here, that tells you right immediately up front that this is going to be a biased moderation team. She fucking hates Trump, and it shows in her reporting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these days it would be hard to find anybody that you could say is going to be, especially from mainstream outlets, your legacy media, that would be fair to the Trump side.
Yeah.
All right, let's let the airheads. I love that they went all female because that's totally. It's just how it happened to be. They pulled names out of hats. It's totally not because of abortion and how they're pushing the whole women thing. Remember, ladies, the Democrats want you to get raped by illegals.
Just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become vice president of the United States.
Do you realize that the person who is up for the lamest job in America is getting as much scrutiny as the person who's at the top job in America?
Lamest job. It's the greatest job. You don't have to do anything unless somebody dies.
Exactly. It's not even really a job.
Yeah,
Your
awesome.
whole job is to wait.
Yeah, you sit around and wait for either a tie in the Senate, which is pretty rare, and even if it is, you gotta walk across the street and like cast a vote. Big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Or you wait till some dude dies.
And Walls is going to get as much exposure on the debate stage as Kamala, who's running for president, had.
Yeah.
Professor Chaos, thank you. What's up, guys? Finally caught one live in a while. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, welcome back. Good to see you.
I haven't even let these women actually talk yet.
Well, is anyone going to listen anyway?
New people, this is what I was talking about. We are 7 minutes into the stream and like 10 seconds into the debate, and they haven't even brought out the people yet. Strap in.
Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states.
This is a problem with early voting, and they need to stop that shit. We haven't even had all of the debates yet, and they're like, yeah, but we got early voting going. Isn't that a problem for anyone else?
I mean, it is a problem, but
I feel like
change it.
There shouldn't be voting. I mean, look, if you are overseas and casting your ballot, I get it. But we're talking about people too lazy to go on election day. I can't go on a random Tuesday in November. I'm busy that day.
CBS News polling shows this remains.
Look at how stoically she's sitting there. She's got the pose down perfect.
Oh yeah, she's an elitist.
Nora, you suck.
Yeah.
It's a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS
Really?
News vice presidential debate.
Hey Jack, either of the presidential candidates could win. Did you know that?
I mean, yeah, somebody has to win. I mean, in its purest form, that's a true statement. It's just a dumb statement.
I can only imagine that's the audience they expect they have. Wait a minute. Who could win this thing?
Could it be anyone?
One of the two? Oh God, it's so painful.
This is how baby brained so many of the commentators are these days, and the so-called news anchors. They're dumb. They're just dumb people who say stupid things, and they think we're all the stupid ones.
Grabthar, for the record, this is CBS. We're just watching it on MSNBC because they had the feed go out, and the CBS feed. Like I said, I'm pretty sure they're probably just taking it down to make a single video out of their stream.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd take a couple hours to process, I think.
And this works out better for us anyway, because like I said, CBS, ever since the Adam Ruins Anything video, me and them, we have some issues.
Debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special.
Those weren't really good sound clips for either of them.
No, that was really lame.
All right.
Live.
I do like this here. I don't know if you guys can tell on the screen, but it's slightly reddened over here for JD and slightly blue for Tim, the gay man. Timmy Gay Tampon. Seriously. If he was in a 90s sitcom, he would be the gay neighbor that nobody acknowledged was actually gay. They would just make jokes that he didn't get.
Yeah, yeah. He'd be the confirmed bachelor that lived next door.
I work at a flower shop.
Yeah, yeah. They'd never ever say he's gay. He would just constantly be single.
CBS News headquarters in New York. America decides. The vice presidential debate.
Can we just go back for a second? They wasted time on putting up this. They wasted time and resources to put this on the building for a day.
Uh-huh.
We waste so much money in politics.
Yep.
All right. Hey, somebody made money off of it, so good for them, I suppose.
Yeah.
Vice presidential debate.
Also, for new people, I will get distracted by completely meaningless shit. I don't even apologize.
Why bother?
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS.
I know you like him skinny, Jack, but remember the camera adds 10 pounds. So each of these women actually probably could be an extra in the next Nazi movie. Give these bitches a hamburger.
Chicken the Pink, I'd probably bang, but Nora O'Donnell's a little old and kind of crazy, so
I wasn't even going about bangability. This is an unrealistic body type for our young girls to be looking up to.
Well, I mean, that's probably true. Plus one of them's pretty old.
Real women don't look like this.
Real old women do. I mean,
I wonder if this broadcast was banned in Britain because they're too thin.
Their networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidate.
Okay, I just want to put this out there at the beginning. Okay, this is an inconsequential debate. The only way this is consequential is looking at the main candidates to see what they think is acceptable as their replacement should something happen. But as far as each of their own personal politics, if everything goes right, it doesn't matter at all. Like, at all, because for 4 years, these guys are going to be sitting there going, I hope they don't die and I have to do real work.
Right?
Caslin, thank you. Thank you, Caslin. I agree, Monk. They're probably fake as fuck. They're totally fake as fuck. And Tall Person, thank you. Hoy, can't stay, but I'm happy to catch one live and be able to donate. Funds were tight last month. Happy National Smarties Day. Remember those candies? I love Smarties, man.
Yes, Smarties are awesome.
They're wonderful. We used to chop them all up to look like cocaine from movies and then just eat them anyway.
No, that's what pixie sticks are for.
You got to be careful with pixie sticks. They got chunks in them, man.
Nah, that is kid cocaine right there.
You got to get a Biden credit card to cut that shit up.
I'm sure that Rakeda probably could loan me on.
Probably.
Girlfriends.
Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance.
They did it here too to make sure the red and the blue is highlighted.
Yeah, because red is evil. Oh, thank you, tall person. That's some for you, Mr. Jack. Hi, tall person. Happy National Fried Scallops Day. Never had, but willing to try if the opportunity presents itself. I think they're gross, personally. I don't like most fishy things anyway, and I don't trust scallops. They have a name that's too close to scalping. So, yeah. But thank you, and I hope you get a chance to try them sometime.
Dangerous asked me Smarties or M&Ms. Peanut M&Ms are my favorite candy, so. All right. No, I just bring this up because I don't remember in the other debates them color coding the candidates like this.
I don't remember that either, but it won't
They
surprise me if this is some kind of subliminal messaging.
Well,
Like,
I've been shocked that they haven't done it, so it's actually shocking that they have. Yeah, it's just weird to me. One of those little things I noticed.
Yeah, the podiums do look pretty cool, though, so I'll give them credit for that.
Yeah, they look all right.
Vance tonight, meeting for the first time.
Somebody speak. What the fuck was that? Did you see their heads bobbing? Somebody relies too much on a teleprompter.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't want a civil debate. I'm tired of civil debate. I want Vance to call Walz the abandoning, lying piece of shit that he is.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get that.
We need to have a civil. No, fuck you and your civil debate. Dangerous, thank you. If Walz was in a sitcom, he would own a bike shop and take photos of Arnold/Willis. Thoughts on making Election Day a holiday? Seems like an elitist idea by people who can't afford to lose a day, or who can afford to lose a day's pay. First of all, it was Arnold and what was his name? Dudley, not Willis. And I've heard the whole election holiday thing. I don't think it's really necessary. Very few people can't go to the polls because of their job. Most polls are open from 8 to 8, 12 hours, sometimes even 7 to 8. It's people who are like, I worked all day, I can't be bothered to vote. Which look, if you don't want to vote, I don't want you to vote.
I think they should Pokemon go to the polls.
I don't like you right now.
At one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide
the way that the moderators should work is ask the question, let them speak, and then ask your next question. I love that she brought that up, because she only brought up the role of the moderators because of what happened when ABC was doing this. Yeah, your role ain't to get in there and do what they call it, real-time fact-checking.
Oh, they're going to do that, though. They always fucking do, because they can't stop themselves from fact-checking Republicans. Even when the Republican is correct, they'll stick to the party line of the Democrats, no matter what the lie is.
They're from the legacy media. They're in no position to be fact-checking anyone.
No, because they get it wrong so often. And they're scumbags.
Yeah.
Candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns.
No, the campaign shared them with you again, right? Remember, guys, ABC did not lie when they said they didn't share the questions with Kamala, because Kamala is the one who shared them with them.
The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact.
Can anybody guess my problem with what she just said?
Brink of war?
Americans are facing many crises. And then she starts off with the Middle East before switching to the storm that just devastated our country.
Yeah, well, I mean, fuck Americans is their attitude, so.
America got put second in the list of crises that she's talking about for Americans.
We're lucky it wasn't the third one because Ukraine's still going on.
All right. This is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, this is going to be painful. Also, damn, I lost my point. Or something I was going to say. I don't remember.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't remember.
All right.
Of Hurricane Helene, and now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East.
The Middle East thing. Did you see that Iran launched 100 missiles into Israel?
Yeah.
And apparently there's a second volley going on right now. So, yeah, shit's getting real.
And that might have some repercussion. The question starts that Americans are facing crisis. And she names two things that are actually America and then one that's in the Middle East. And she started with the one in the Middle East.
Of course she did. They don't care about Americans, dude. These are all lefty talking points. Excuse me.
Margaret. Thank you, Nora. Earlier today.
So she wasn't even asking a question. She was just opining?
Yes.
Oh, motherfucker. Okay.
Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israel.
What's up, bud?
That's what I was just saying. I didn't know they were going to actually bring it up. I felt kind of dumb right there.
We haven't seen this. Don't feel dumb.
Of action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened.
Wait, what?
But the U.S. still can.
Our troops are there to prevent a regional war?
I didn't know that.
Neither did I. Has that been the stated goal?
I doubt it.
My understanding is that we were there to keep the waterways open.
That's what I thought we were doing too, but
which, by the way, is in our national interest because a lot of goods and services, a lot of goods go through there.
Yeah.
All right. Sure, you're doing a great job there, Biden.
Considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you are the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you.
Yes, let them deal with it. It's not my problem. Remember the Obama deal? Do you remember that shit?
Oh yeah.
They gave Iran a bunch of money, not to end their nuclear program, just to slow it down.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, they're a week or two away from having it.
Well, they would have been a lot longer away, but we just gave them like $100 billion.
They would be right on track still. Because again, it was only supposed to slow it down for like a decade. And
yeah, I still think
here.
I still think that this is a bunch of nonsense. They could have stopped Iran anytime by letting the Israelis handle it, but they don't give a shit.
The Israelis do, though, and they're not going to wait for our permission if they think Iran has a bomb. They will just take out the facility they think it's in.
Oh, they absolutely should too. That's their neighborhood. I don't really give a fuck about what goes on in the Middle East.
And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred.
Would you support the Israelis going in? Let's talk about how it started. I don't know that I'm awake enough for this. I really don't.
You better buck up, buddy, because it's going to get dumber, I suspect. We have just started. Just now.
Why do they always have to make the answer so much? The simple question, if you want to answer the question and then go back with the rest of your 2 minutes to give some background, which, as far as I know, I mean, yeah, Hamas is funded by Iran, but there's no indication that I've seen so far that Iran was directly responsible for October 7th. I'm not wrong on that, am I?
As far as I know, you're correct.
Other than being the funders, which you can still give them credit for that or blame properly. But that's not the start of this. If you want to go back to the start of this, homie, you have a few decades to go back. I'm going to just talk a lot about stuff.
That weird way I talk with my giant face and lips.
When I was deployed in Israel,
over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis.
This is the problem with these fucking assholes doing debate prep, because this is a pre-canned response to should Israel be able to defend itself when he's being asked about a real-time situation that's just breaking.
Yeah, he doesn't have a response to that, so he's got to do this nonsense one.
When was he deployed? Oh, James, that's the joke.
He was in Italy. He wasn't deployed.
In Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it, experience.
Israel and its proxies?
Who are their proxies?
Who's Israeli's proxy?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about on that one. I really don't.
Okay. I'm so confused right now. When I first went to pause it, I thought he was mistaking Israel for Iran because Iran has tons of proxies in that area. The Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas, tons of proxies of Iran out there. There's none for the Israelis. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I have no idea what he's babbling about here.
Today, we're, along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw stage a few weeks ago.
That's them, not me, guys. Sorry. Did he just come out in favor of Benjamin Netanyahu?
Maybe.
Because he said, what's important is steady leadership.
That sounds like what he said.
Hey, liberals, how do you feel about that? Can I also point out, this is another one of those stylistic things. I got to get our avatars moved here. 1 second. Can you see how they have the two different things? The red lines are going across while the blue lines are going. Whoops, I don't want to subscribe to MSNBC. Up and down.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that weird? Shouldn't they both be the same?
It's a little weird. Not gonna lie.
It's really bothering me.
Yeah, it's probably something like some subliminal messaging. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's a bizarre choice that this that's been made here.
Does he mean Mossad, the official intelligence agency of Israel? If he did, then he's using the word proxy wrong. Because that's not a proxy, it's an official state actor. This guy's an idiot. All right. Anyway.
Yeah.
A nearly 80-year-old Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just.
When he said we need steady leadership, he means in the U.S. So he wants Biden to remain president.
Oh, so we have a dementia patient. Oh, got it. Yeah, instead of random face cackles. Yeah, that's steady leadership right there.
You were asked if Israel should bomb, basically, should they bomb Iran? That's the gist of the question. And part of your answer is Trump talked about crowd size.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It makes no sense. What you just described makes no sense.
But it's absolutely what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous.
Hey, bruh, when Donald Trump left office, how was the Middle East? Maybe you should not be bringing him up in this context. You should not be talking about him in this question. It just makes you guys look bad. And I haven't seen this, but if Vance is smart, his answer is immediately, have you heard of the Abraham Accords?
Right?
It wasn't this dangerous over there when Trump was there because nobody was fucking with us the way they are with you. They have no fear of you guys.
Yeah.
His chief of staff, John Kelly, said,
"Oh, fuck you." He's going to bring up the losers bullshit that John Kelly made up for his book.
Yep.
We're not even through the first question. I can feel my blood pressure rising.
Said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now,
the people who love war don't want Trump near the White House. Weird.
Interesting.
Closest to them, to Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen
what does this have to do with the question?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Sorry.
Literally nothing. He didn't even answer the question. The question itself, he dodged because he doesn't know anything. He's a fucking idiot.
Of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said to
what did he even just say?
I don't know. I heard the word fickleness in there. That was weird.
Oh my! This is beyond word salad. This is just word shit.
This is gibberish. I seriously have no idea what he's talking about now.
Jesus Christ, man!
Today is we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
There'll be consequences for our allies?
Yes. And our coalition forces. What the
seriously,
fuck?
Is that not what he just said?
Excuse me. Yes, that is what he just said. Okay, so answer one, not even close to an answer to the question. He said words, lots of them. He spoke for his whole 2 minutes. He didn't say anything. If I'm Vance at this point, I just pull the Trump from the Biden debate and go, I don't even know what the fuck he was just talking about.
Yeah, it sounded like a bunch of nonsense.
All right, JD, don't let me down. He teed you up for a pretty easy win. Look at that look on JD's face. That is the look that I had on my face listening to that fucking answer.
Oh, you know what that look is? That's Jim from The Office.
Yeah.
He's looking at the audience like,
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us.
oh, my God. Answer the fucking question, dude.
You guys agreed not to have opening statements.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, then don't have opening statements. JD, he teed you up here for an easy win, an easy knockout at the beginning. And you're like, I need to talk about me. As an egotistical person who loves to hear themselves speak, I understand. But answer the fucking question, and then you can tell everybody about yourself. You get 2 minutes. God damn it.
Are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food.
I don't care. Seriously, I don't care.
Did you grow up in the middle class with Kamala?
I grew up a poor black child.
I found my rhythm.
Assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my...
I still don't care, dude. Answer the fucking question.
How do you fuck this up so badly?
I don't know.
It's the very first question. Oh, Streamlabs is finally working. Oh my God, I missed this at the beginning. Wow. Kumala's vaginal HPV tumor. That is very, very generous. Regarding the terror gnome, saying that myocarditis from the vaccine is lower than the COVID is a false equivalency. Name a single person that took the vax and didn't get COVID. Y'all got both percentages. Thank you. That's very, 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 very kind. And funny. I'm sorry I missed that. Yeah, that actually came through just before the show, apparently. Chaos, thank you. Tim Walls looks like Danny DeVito getting ready to play Bernie Sanders in a B-rated biopic. Be nicer to Danny. All right. Fuck. I don't want to hit play again. I don't care about your life like this, JD. Now, if you wanted to give part of your background in this question, look, I was in the military, so I understood the weight of the decisions of the people above me, and I would take that into account while I was making my decision on whether I would support such a strike or not. You know what I mean? There's ways to work it in without being a straight up whore.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't say and my book, which is now in paperback,
right,
and available in audio format,
made into a movie by Ron Howard.
Yeah. Mm.
All right. Just wait. He gets into it. I shouldn't have to wait. He should be answering the fucking question now. And Katie says, guys, he answered. That's fine. But the answer should come first. That's what he's here for, is to answer the questions. Every time we've had one of these debates, I pointed out when these assholes aren't answering the question, just answer the fucking question.
my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
That should have been how you ended your answer if you were going to do it.
This is a stump speech. Stop going on about it, dude. Just get to your fucking answer.
If you were going to do this and you wanted to do this, then you should have been like, no, we need to have opening statements. But they both agreed not to.
Yep.
But he's going to sneak it in anyway because you guys don't know me and I really want you to.
Yeah.
All right. Apparently, he's going to answer the question, Jack. Chat's very, very adamant that he's going to answer the question now, a minute into his answer.
Like they know this is live. Oh, wait.
Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons.
Okay, that's actually good because he didn't say the Biden-Harris administration. He just linked it to her. Well played there.
Yeah, good job.
And for the record, he still has not answered this question.
No, why would he do that?
That they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up.
That's the fourth time he said he wants to answer the question.
Well, he wants to, but he's not going to.
It's the fourth fucking time instead of just answering the question. I want to answer that question. All right.
Up to Israel, what they think they need to do to keep their country safe. And we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
And he still did not answer that question. You people lied to me.
I kind of did. He said we should support our allies and let them do what they want.
But specifically to the strike, all right, I'll give him half credit, okay? I'm not giving him full credit for that because that was not a full that was not a yes, I would support it or no, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
And it took him 4 times of saying, I want to answer the question before he got to that half-assed answer.
Look, he wanted to, but he was busy.
All right.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was.
What allegations? Other than nobody's afraid of it. That's true. That's not an allegation.
In office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it.
That is not what happened. Go back and read the agreement that we had with Iran. There was no boxing in and freezing of their nuclear program. It was, we'll give you a shit ton of money if you guys slow down. Fuck right off, you lying piece of shit.
Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership.
They're closer than they were before because time is linear, fuckface.
It is? So slavery really is over? You girls are free to go.
Yeah, and it had nothing to do with the 36 billion that was in South Korea that we unfroze, or 6 billion, whatever it was.
6 billion, yeah.
6 billion.
The pallets of money Obama gave them, the pallets of money that Biden gave them, all the sanctions and frozen assets that were lifted that equaled over 100 billion that Biden allowed. You're right. None of that contributed to their ability to run centrifuges and accelerators. No. Their ability to refine stuff and purchase parts, nah, It's all Trump's evil fault. Bullshit.
Post-debate commentary makes your commentary belated and ignorant. What part is ignorant about pointing out what they're saying in real time?
I don't know. We haven't seen the debate yet, so how could we give post-debate commentary?
The future changes the past. All right.
And we're watching it now, so how would we know what other people are saying?
What's said afterwards doesn't change what was said during.
Well, I'm addressing the belated and ignorant part. We are ignorant of what other commentators are saying because we're busy watching this. That makes no sense. It's fucking dumb. We're obviously live. So that makes absolutely, that's a retarded sentence. I'm sorry.
Yep. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump.
What did you want him to do? Start a war?
Are you talking about the drone that got shot down and
Yes.
they brought him the plan to go kill a bunch of people, and Donald said, that's going to kill a bunch of people. Nobody died in that attack. Give them a warning. They do it again, we'll fuck them up. That thing?
And didn't we kill Soleimani not long after that?
JB, thank you. Today was a good day. Have some money. Thank you so very much. It's very kind of you.
Thanks.
Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall.
Galen, thank you. Why does it sometimes look like JD Vance is wearing black eyeliner? He might be. I mean, he's on a stage and they do makeup for these things.
Yeah, he always looks like he has eyeliner on. I think that's the makeup people. He has kind of a weird skin complexion, like looks pretty pale.
Yeah.
So he's always got like this sort of, maybe he's a goth. I don't know.
When I was younger,
look like he has eyeliner on.
When I was younger, people used to ask me if I wore mascara because my eyelashes were so bold and big. But no, never wore the shit. Sometimes people just look like it.
Confirmation that all of Monkey's hair is gay.
Fair enough.
All near U.S. troops, and they received traumatic brain injuries. Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has.
Hey, those U.S. troops that nearly got bombed, who did that happen under? Wasn't that a Biden thing?
I thought so, but maybe you're thinking of the 13 soldiers that got murdered at an airport while there was chaos reigning over the withdrawal in Afghanistan.
He's really upset that Donald Trump tweets sometimes.
Yeah. Seriously, what do you want him to do? Go sink a bunch of ships and start a war with Iran? Is that their diplomatic solution? Is they just want to go get people killed? That's not always the solution you should take to an international incident. It really isn't. No. It isn't to run in and get a bunch of people bloody.
Look, if Iran had shot down one of our planes and killed one of our pilots, fuck them, bomb them.
Yeah.
They shot down a drone.
You shoot down a drone, that's
not
maybe
that
you
deep.
have some assassins take out a few people, but you don't start a major war over a fucking robot drone. It's not even sentient, for God's sake. It's not like they took out Commander Data.
Flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance.
The steady leadership of Israel's Iron Dome, which has been there for decades. Thank God Kamala was there when the Iron Dome was put into place.
The U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Okay, those two things are not the same. A bad deal is not a deal you keep just because you think a deal should be in place.
Yeah. like NAFTA.
Right.
Yeah, just because you have a deal doesn't make it a good deal. That's absolutely ridiculous to say you have to abide by every shitty deal that your predecessor made.
Yeah, him saying that there needs to be a deal is not the same as saying he didn't say we need the deal we had before. I fucking hate our legacy media. They are such trash.
Yep.
This is such a loaded bullshit question.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Notice Walls isn't getting those. Also, thank you, JB, for the generous donation. Same thing I told Monk. Lol. Today was a good day. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's generous of you.
All right.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the
Yes. James, thank you so much. Fickle is the new weird, indeed. Look, he's old. Things were fickle back then. Now that is the way you respond immediately. Well done on that one, JD. You say it's been Biden has not changed that deal at all in 3.5 years, Jack.
Yeah, and he's not going. He's, if anything, made the deal more sweet and delicious for the Iranians who wish to conquer everybody. And I mean delicious because they get to eat like kings with all that money we gave them.
Yeah. Biden's deal was here, have money.
Yeah, a lot of these fucking dumbass lefties think they can bribe their way out of anything with anybody, and it doesn't work.
No.
You hand pallets of cash to people in the Middle East, some regional warlord like they all are, then you're just inspiring them to be more corrupt because now they think you're weak. So they're going to take your money, keep doing what they were doing, and hold out for more cash because now they know you pay ransoms.
It has been the North Korean model since the Clinton years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is what tyrants and dictators have done for time immemorial. If you don't give us money, we're going to come break your shit. It's an old tactic and one that works. It's called tithing.
We saw it with the union guy last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quickly, thank you, Evolved Potato. The last nuclear deal that didn't stop Iran from doing nuclear enrichment, it was just giving them money. Yep. Buying an apple for $50 isn't the same as buying it for 50 cents. Yeah. Yeah, you're not stopping anything. They're still doing it. They're pretending to be slow about it, but they're still doing it, and they're going to get a nuke. And if they do, that's going to cause regional destabilization. And then everybody in the region is going to want a nuke. It's the Saudis, Jordan, Israel's already got them. Don't know where they got those. Egypt, all those places are going to want nukes. And those psychopaths in that region will set one off.
answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently.
Look at Walz's face from that answer. Holy shit.
Really?
He looks like somebody just told him his dog died. Wow. That hit home. That hit home real hard because how's he going to answer that?
I don't know. He will because he's a fucking retard. I think that man's stupid and dangerous.
Camila's vaginal HPV tumor. Thank you again. I like how no one is pretending that Biden is still the president, not the assassins, not either party, not Biden himself. Well, if you saw the stream yesterday and the video of him talking about the strike, you know why. That motherfucker needs to be 25th. Anyway. I would love him to be 25th and Kamala to then lose the election so that she's the first black woman to lose an election, a presidential election.
First black president for 2 months.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
The world more secure. Now we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, But effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
It's true.
Yeah.
And
in our lifetimes, absolutely.
And him to call out Walz directly, and him, you can blame Trump you can be mad at his tweets, be as mad as you want, motherfucker, but here's the reality. That was a very good answer.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret,
Whoa. Wait. You asked JD a question. Walz is supposed to get 2 minutes to answer. Why are you saving him here?
You know why? Because these moderators are biased.
Oh.
Same shit, different channel. That's all.
thank you.
But they have
Let's
so much
turn now to
her.
Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger.
That's not what the science says. That's not at all what the science says.
The science is settled, monkey.
Okay.
It's settled.
I fucking hate the media.
Stronger and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change?
All right.
Oh,
let's start.
Right here would be the perfect time to say, we're going to do nothing because climate change is fake.
He won't, though, because politically you can't do that.
Yeah.
The whole thing, like 60% of Republicans under 40 think we have to do something. They've had nothing but climate change beaten into their head for the last 40 fucking years.
Mm-hmm.
The press keeps doing this shit. They're like, everybody thinks we should have abortion. Yeah, after 50 fucking years of you guys saying it's all right. You guys keep repeating shit, and then you tell us that people believe you. Oh, I hate these people.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's
I'll give you 2 minutes. That's how many he gets based on the rules, bitch.
Well, it's nice of her to generously gift him that.
I'll give you 2 minutes. Fuck off.
You are allowed 2 minutes. Thank you.
You ever go back and watch like the Reagan-Bush debates?
No.
You should do it sometime and just see the difference in the moderation back then versus now. It is amazing. This is the TikTok generation of debate moderators.
It really is. It's so frustrating to watch this shit, man. I just they're making assumptions that climate change is real and we're obviously behind it. It's very, very frustrating. Oh, thank you very, very much, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor, for that incredibly generous donation. Never pay the Dane Geld. That is a fact. That is a very, very much a fact. Dane Geld is blackmail or like a protection racket.
Katie
See, the
says,
English degree pays for itself once every, 6 months or so.
Katie says, I saw the debate between Nixon and JFK. It was boring, yet I prefer debates go back to that. Yeah, I mean, I want the candidates to be more animated and actually care. I want the debate moderators should be props and nothing more. Here's your question. Go. I'll give you 2 minutes. Like it's a fucking Senate debate and she only has 30 minutes and she assigns, I don't know how much you guys watch Senate debates. She assigns out the allotted time to each speaker. Fuck you.
Yes.
Start with her.
Yes, Eagle. It was the Viking protection racket. But thank you again, Kamal's vaginal HPV tumor. I really like saying that name. That was very generous.
Hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of two grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the.
Too bad they weren't gay or needed an abortion.
Yeah, somebody might come along and be like, "Do you need an abortion? No, we need water. Bye."
Roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people. Our prayers go out to them.
They can't think this looks good for him. Look at even here where he's not getting any shit. He looks confuzzled.
He does look very confused. But he's got that look, like the way he purses his lips. He looks dumb. Like everything around him is surprising.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? That's LED lighting. Oh, wow, man.
I mean, it's not quite Dukakis wearing the oversized helmet, but this is not a good look. All right. But hey, these are people who thought Biden literally standing slack-jawed wasn't a problem, so who knows?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do?
I want everybody who believes that to stop producing all forms of CO2 that they emit. If you believe that CO2 is a problem and it's causing global warming, stop all of your production of it immediately because you're part of the problem.
It's true.
Answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world.
Not to mention it cuts down on shipping.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he's not wrong about that.
No,
if
true.
That would be the simplest answer. Mine's actually the simplest answer and the one that should be enforced. But especially, for little Norwegian kids. But the reality is if you want to cut back, make it so we have less distance to travel to get fossil fuels that we do have to still use right now until you get your magic alternative energy source. Stop watching Star Trek. Until you get that, the only thing you can do is mitigate. And you mitigate. The easiest way to mitigate is to stop sending that shit by sea and across the land. You can do it with, I don't know, pipelines.
Mitigate, is that like Gamergate but with average looking chicks?
It's a fickle word.
Oh, I didn't realize it was fickle. My bad.
It was fickle.
I withdraw the question.
What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So,
and he's not wrong there, and I'm glad he caught himself, because if he had just said the dirtiest parts of the world, he said Chinese people are dirty. Do you remember under COVID when they did the CO2 map over China and it was like clean, and then like they opened everything back up and it was immediately blue again? Like it didn't even take 30 seconds and it just got dirty as shit. Yeah. But what I stopped for is because I love that he keeps calling it the Kamala administration. He is not giving Biden any credit for any of this shit right now.
Well, we all know Biden's cognitively just not there.
Well, you and I do, but the average American still thinks he's probably okay. But him linking all of this shit directly to Kamala is the right answer.
Yeah, that is very. He's obviously practiced that quite a lot too.
Yep.
So good on him.
And whoever it was that helped him with his debate prep and made that a point, smart, very smart.
Yeah.
And remember Kamala, her big line, I am not Joe Biden. This takes the air right out of that because it just puts it all on her. C. Milla's vaginal HPV tumor. Thank you so much. What do you think Kamala's favorite bird is? Spotted owl, duck, swallow, catcher's mitt. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend.
And thank you, Tier Alexander, who says, "You demand a tribute. If I don't give you the tribute, you will destroy the thing. Okay, I paid the tribute. Well, what? You will be back threaten the thing tomorrow, and you want double? Okay, this is the Harris Walls foreign policy. Fuck walls with bad dragon dildo." Well, I like where your head's at, Tier, because that sounds pretty much exactly the Democrat way of doing things. Is just pay bribes, pay tribute to people, and just we'll comply. We'll all get along if everybody gets a bribe.
Why do you think they like unions so much?
Yeah, that's a good point. And real quick, thank you, Evolved Potato, who says, "I'm pretty sure Biden is running the country. They're at all important meetings." Oh, I don't mean Joe Biden. I mean Jill.
Yeah, I mean, she was at the round table there.
That's true.
So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all,
under who?
Yeah, what magical fantasy land did this happen in?
He just agreed that all that horrible shit that's going on is happening under Kamala. Oh, we got close to agreement because that is all happening.
Well, he's not
under who?
He's kind of a dummy.
This is the problem with trying to run an effective campaign when you have a failing administration. Kamala doesn't get to have it both ways. It can't be she's going to make everything great and she had nothing to do with getting us into this issue. Now, you and I can sit here and agree she probably hasn't done much of anything because she's the VP, but that's not that's not what the optics are.
Yeah.
It is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors. As we work together on these emergency managements, governors know no partisanship. They work together to all of the governors and the emergency responders on.
My governor absolutely knows partisanship, you lying prick. Now, I get what he's trying to say there, that in an emergency, but come on. Come on, Timmy.
On the ground, those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to
who's staying there, staying focused.
I don't even know what he's talking about right now.
The governors?
Seriously, I have no idea.
Furry Kitten, thank you. Timpon looks like a confused boxer dog that has chewed a golf ball and now has the elastic sticking out of his ass and got twanged in the ring after dragging it on the carpets.
That's very visual.
Very visual. And correct.
Yes.
Seriously, this isn't like Biden dementia. This is like dumbass who's just talking to talk.
Yeah, those are definitely words, but seriously, what is he on about?
I don't know.
To the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator
Katrina.
Kamala's Katrina.
Andrew. Yeah, it's the big fast, never seen a storm like that. Fuck off. Ask Galveston about that shit.
No doubt.
Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in.
Hey, where's Obama's house where he killed his cook? How far is that from the water line that he's so worried about? How come all of these fucking assholes who are so worried about climate change and happen to have lots and lots of money have beach houses?
Oh, that is a lot of hate.
How come they're not buying up all the land in the fucking mountains so that they have the remaining land when the sea rises the way that it's gonna?
Why is it that if you look at Ellis Island, there's a great meme that
has
Ellis Island in the 1800s and then Ellis Island like 2 years ago, and it looks exactly the same. Why is that not underwater? They're not under there lifting it up.
The water line is at the same fucking spot. Captain Planet theme song, thank you so much. We're the Planeteers. You can be one too, because saving our planet is the thing to do. Looting and polluting is not the way. Hear what Captain Planet has to say. Shut the fuck up about carbon emissions because plants like breathing too. The power is yours. Indeed. All right. Science. That's why monkey science in quotations. Indeed. Indeed.
What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments. The biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jefferson.
How are you going to fight climate change? We made jobs. All right.
Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapt.
They saw 500-year floods and 500-year droughts back to back because of man-made climate change supposedly brought on by the Industrial Revolution not even 200 years ago.
Do we really know that it's like the worst ever in history? Because I don't think we have records going back that far.
He just laid out a foundation of 1,000 years to prove climate change is happening now. Huh. Yes, they have 1,000-year-old farmers, Darth.
They've been at it a long time. They're very dedicated.
And this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the
problem is solved, right?
Sounds like it.
The solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that.
All right, so what you're saying, because this was an unprecedented storm, no storms ever come on that fast. That's your wording, not mine. That happened after you guys started mitigating? That happened after you guys started fighting the climate change with the Inflation Reduction Act? I feel like maybe hurricanes were made stronger by solar panels. That's what I just learned, Jack.
That's what I learned too. I mean, that's what it sounded like.
Tim Walls, thank you so much. I'm putting tampons in men's bathrooms to soak up the glacial melting.
Soak up the climate change.
I'm convinced this is a good policy because Kamala started laughing when I told her, as did everyone else. Thank you so much. All right.
That's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters?
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity.
Oh, never mind.
Opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Yes.
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So,
and moving off the coast. That cannot be understated. If these people believed in this shit, they would all be fleeing California. Yes. Certainly the lowlands of California. It's amazing how all those people who live in San Francisco, where you can literally see the bay, who live in Los Angeles and San Diego and all up and down the fucking coast aren't moving.
What?
Clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner,
that was a good distinction to make, and he should have drove that home a little bit more. Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff that is made in America, or one that I see a lot, made in Canada, it's from components that they bought from China.
Yep.
We've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense.
According to you, has been going on for 500 years in each direction. So for 1,000 years, that's been going on. But it's because of climate change.
How many times is he going to say folks?
A lot, because he's a folksy kind of guy.
He's a folksy kind of guy.
How much fossil fuel was burned in... Let's see, doing the math, that would be 1024 AD.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of cars they had back then.
It must have been a lot to kick off this 1,000-year cycle of drought and then flood and then drought and then flood.
Well, you know, it happens, I guess.
Look, our number one export.
By the way, the word folks was considered racist because George W. Bush used to say it a lot. There's actually an article you can still go find about how it's racist to use that language. It's not anymore, thank God, because this old white guy's saying it.
Well, he's saying FOLX, I bet.
Probably.
Cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed.
You guys are just starting to take lessons from the fucking Dust Bowl.
Better late than never.
Jesus Christ. We've known how to deal with soil erosion for a century at least. Fuck me. All right.
Allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things?
Did you just suggest that you had soil erosion from exposed power lines. I'm gonna need that one explained with some kind of graph.
I don't think there's a graph that could convince me that that's the case.
You can't just jump subjects like this.
Apparently you can.
Komala's, I love that you keep changing the spelling. Komala's vaginal HPV tumor. Thank you again. What is this? The olden days? Yes, it is. It's a fickle, folksy olden day
that we're seeing more and more of. But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that.
I'm going to need to see the transcript of that, please.
Right?
And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate.
Yeah, at one time, the overwhelming consensus, to the point they would throw people in jail for suggesting otherwise, is that the entire universe revolved around the Earth. Consensus
You can't prove otherwise. Consensus says so.
Consensus doesn't mean fuck.
Margaret.
Consensus is not a scientific thing.
You don't know.
Consensus means that's our best guess right now. And consensus has been wrong over and over and over. And when it gets to the point where you're not allowed to question it, like with, I don't know, global warming or the Earth going around the sun, you can be pretty sure that these people know they're fucking lying to you.
Yeah, that sounds more like a religion than science.
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border.
Wait a second. Did I just see what I thought I saw?
Creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Yeah, she just opined again.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I watching?
You are watching mainstream media.
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters.
At least she called it a crisis. I'll give her that. Instead of the situation at the border or the border, she actually called it a crisis. So I'll give her that one.
First, Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history.
Let's go.
And to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work?
Let's say it slow so I can finish.
Don't talk to me. Lower your voice just a little bit for me.
Yeah,
for
make
example,
it sexy.
Wait.
Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil?
Kick them out too.
You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before
they got their citizenship fraudulently. Their parents broke in and then claimed credit for something that they didn't earn.
Yes.
Also, that we could give the parents a choice. You could take your kids, or we will put them in an orphanage.
Get out. That's the answer. And
at
some point, this needs to go back to the court. They need to go back to the what is it? The 13th Amendment, the 14th, whichever one of those is the one that causes all these issues. And the misreading of it, it was for slaves, guys. People born under the jurisdiction of the United States. Somebody coming here and squatting their little kid out so that they can get birthright citizenship, that shit needs changed. It's not meant for people who are here illegally.
Damn right.
If somebody comes over here as an ambassador and they drop out a kid, it's a citizen of their own country, not ours.
Before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
True.
94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean.
We talked about this before. I get that the fentanyl thing is a big deal, but it mostly solves itself if we take care of the illegals.
Yep.
Concentrate on the illegals. Yes, fentanyl's a problem. It's one of the side effects, but so is kids getting raped.
Yep. Or sold into slavery because we don't know where they are.
Yeah. And hopefully he doesn't dwell on it too long, because that was Kamala's whole answer on her. It's like fentanyl, 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 fentanyl. Nothing about how she was going to stop it.
Stop it.
But fentanyl, compared to the millions of people pouring over our border each year, is a much more minor problem.
I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of
wrong answer. Yeah, go ahead and get them out. The first thing you do is you pass a law saying anybody caught giving money or aid to these people suffers consequences. You'll see that shit dry up immediately.
Yep. Anybody hiring these people or giving them housing would be punished. Then I think a lot of it would stop. As soon as they start arresting people for renting apartments, these people, or giving them jobs, yeah, I think the tide will turn.
Yep.
Real fast, though. Thank you, Travis Gardner. Inside J.D. Vance's mind, this old queen has no idea. Why am I here? I really want to say the word. It would be funny if I did. God damn, he has a big mouth. I'm thinking a lot of those same thoughts, Travis. Thank you.
Christopher says that needs congressional approval. It does. It does. And you know what? If the Congress people were running on this, the Republicans would have a clean sweep and be able to do it. But they're goddamn pussies and won't. I might lose the Latino vote. The Democrats told me so.
Yeah. Yeah, they listen to the mainstream media way too much.
Yep.
Crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks.
This would be, I hope he does it, but given where he's going right now, he should bring up the bill we talked about just yesterday, where the Democrats, 158 of them, voted against kicking out illegals who rape or beat people.
Yep.
Domestic violence, rape, and sexual assault. We'll kick them out immediately. And the Democrats are like, nah, bro. I would 100% bring that up right now.
Yes.
And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about families.
He didn't get specific on that, and he really should have, because the only way to do that is to go after the people hiring them.
Yeah.
Separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families, used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember
why are the cameras off by so much?
I don't know.
Look how much higher Tim Walz's mic is than J.D. Vance's.
J.D. Vance might just be taller.
He is taller. Isn't he like 6'5" or something like that? He's a big motherfucker. But the mic should be even.
It should be, but I don't know. Maybe Tim has like a really short torso.
She came into office. She said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what? I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good.
In fairness, he should have pointed out here that the things that they've claimed have worked are when they've gone back to his policies.
For all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis.
Mules can't carry drugs any more than coyotes can carry babies. Okay?
Hey, I have photo evidence that those kids can be carried by coyotes.
Please tell me you have it ready.
No, but I will. I'm definitely going to find it.
Now you have to bring it up. I love how she went to the literal. JD Vance is clearly talking in general that the policies of the Biden administration have allowed this. And do you want to address him saying that she personally let them in? Like she opened the door for them and said, please bring your fentanyl to our kids.
Yeah, she absolutely made it sound like Kamala was personally involved in the process.
Jesus Christ, these people suck.
Yeah, a little bit.
And this is with already granting that they're being more even than ABC was, but that would be fucking really hard to be worse than.
Yeah, I think they're still being incredibly disingenuous, though.
Watch Breaking Bad if you want. Pyrus, we know what a drug mule is. This is a joke about when Donald Trump said that coyotes were bringing illegals across the border, and you had supposedly learned Democrats and liberals going, how would a coyote even bring one over? They thought he was talking about the animal.
Yes, which I have the picture ready.
You got it?
Ignore all my tabs.
That's fine.
Share screen. Hold on.
You're fine. You're fine. Take your time.
Oh my god! No, my computer's been running like shit lately, and it's really pissing me off.
We're only an hour 1.5. We got plenty of time left.
There's your evidence.
See, coyotes bringing little illegal kids over.
Yeah,
I love that picture.
Clearly a Mexican child too. He has a sombrero.
He's got the sombrero. All right.
I do have another photo for reference too. Hold on, because a lot of people will say that one is fake, and it's clearly not fake.
Oh, you were talking to the MSNBC check. Yeah. In fairness, when it came to the coyote thing, it was mostly like people who claim to have PhDs on Twitter and in written news. When you're dumber than the on-air personality, I don't know what to tell you. Wile E. Coyote, thank you so much. I'm very good at transporting things, not so much at catching them. That is fair.
That is true.
Although I have seen you catch a lot of anvils on your head.
Did you see that missile falling on that guy today?
Yes.
I think I sent it to you. I don't remember, but I didn't know if you'd seen it. Oh my god, that was great.
All right. He was answering a question, kind of. Are you still pulling up something?
Yeah. I told you my computer's dying.
Yeah, take your time. I'm going to let him talk for a minute while you do that.
Of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history.
Why are you talking about opioids?
Fentanyl.
I mean, but that's a synthetic.
Blah, blah, blah.
All right.
Combat zone, Italy. Same difference, man.
30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General.
You mean the question you were asked?
What?
Of the largest state, a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this.
Okay. So that is my favorite of the two. Just in case you thought the other picture was fake, here's a real one of Coyote bringing them across.
Yeah, and clearly coyotes can carry illegals over the border.
That's how Mexicans are actually delivered instead of storks. It's by coyote.
There's no storks in Mexico. They have coyotes, which are just as nice, I guess. I don't know. I heard coyotes are dicks. Thank you, Travis Gardner. Walls looks like a cross between a Don Rickles and Bud Dwyer. It has the mannerisms of someone explaining that CP got on the computer because he clicked on a bad email link.
Yes. Oh.
Thank you, Travis.
Kamala brought this up too, and they keep doing it. She's the only one who's prosecuted transnationals who brought in drugs. How much did the drug trade go down when she did that? Anyone? It just kept pouring across the border, right? Because you took out one bad guy and it was just replaced with another who still exploited the same fucking problems. But she put some in jail. Good for her. Just gonna say yay. But can you show me where the fentanyl deaths went down? Can you show me any of that shit? Look, Kamala Harris did something one time.
He doesn't want to say fentanyl directly because then you can be fact checked.
Yeah, it is funny that he switched to using the word opioid.
Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's.
He's going to make me say it again, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
The bill that stopped mandatorily closed down the border with a minimum still force, a minimum number of illegals still processed. Fuck you.
Eagle's pointing out a hate fact here. It's because of stopping prescription opioids. Look, oversight may have something to do with this, but no, we can't bring that up. That ruins the whole argument.
Yeah, last I knew, fentanyl deaths were still on the rise. Opioid death, and he's absolutely right. There was a massive program to where even doctors were told don't prescribe this shit unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, and it's a lot more strictly regulated now. Mexicans come from piñatas. I don't know that for a fact. I have never seen a Mexican birth. I'd rule nothing out. That would be fucking awesome because then they'd be holding candy, and I like candy. Thank you, PDD's Leather Cheerio says Monkey's pause game is on point. He usually is. Monkey has amazing pause game. Look at this. It looks like he's about to. JD's like, "What the fuck is happening?" And Walls is like, "I give you sucky."
$5 sucky.
Crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative.
It was not crafted by him. He was involved in the crafting of it, you lying prick.
Yeah.
But he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street.
I thought you just told me that the congressman wrote it.
Shut up.
Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this.
Why don't they ever talk about why it didn't pass? Donald Trump told him not to. All right, fine. Why? Because it still was bringing in millions of illegals a year mandatorily.
No, it's because Trump's a bad old meanie pants.
America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch.
Okay. They love adding all this other stuff on. During the debate about this, their big talking point was the mandatory closing down of the border, and it gives Biden the power to close down the border. We have to have this because he can't do it without it. And then like, yeah, we're not passing that. And Biden went, I'm going to close down the border because he had that power all along. You are a lying piece of shit, and you are trying revisionist history here. And you're ignoring the elephant in the fucking room about how many illegals would still be there under a closed fucking border. God,
Shut
I fucking hate
up.
these people.
You're mean.
So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had
5,000 a day ends up at one. It was 4,500, I believe, is the exact number. Maybe it was 49. Either way, that was the minimum a day. Minimum a day.
4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a.
You had, Kamala had 3 years to do this, right?
Yeah. Huh?
How come they didn't try getting this passed? It didn't get brought up in the Senate. None of this shit until earlier this year. So you guys could use it. Oh, no, wait. It wasn't so you guys could use it as a campaign thing. You totally thought it was really, really necessary. So you waited 3 years to do it.
Shut up.
This, again, is the problem when you have a failed administration and you're trying to run both on we did great and we're going to fix what we didn't do.
Big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime.
Why didn't the wall get built, Timmy? Democrats fought Trump at every step of the way for that wall.
And they sold off a lot of the wall that was ready to be put up.
Yeah. When Biden came in immediately, we're not building any more wall. It was all ready to go.
Yep. It was sitting there in a pile, and they sold it off for scrap. And then a judge came along and said, you can't do that. And now they have to rebuy all that crap.
They're such fucking liars. Yep. I'm sure that O'Donnell, after this, she's going to go, oh, by the way, Biden stopped building that wall and sold off all that stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Nora, that's her fucking name.
Yeah,
Dangerous, thank you. One, Kamala's not running to be prosecutor, so what she did in that role is irrelevant. Two, as a prosecutor, she prosecuted crimes. Is not the win they think it is. Stop boasting about doing your job. I know, right?
But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator.
They are so mad about the escalator.
They really are. I don't understand that. That's a weird thing to fixate on.
They mention it so he came down the escalator. You prefer he took the elevator? What? I don't understand why they're so butthurt about that.
I don't know.
Anyhow.
Humanizing people and telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill. She'll sign it.
Governor, your time.
Okay, but what do you do about all the illegals who are here now, dickhead?
A whole lot of none your business. They're going to give them a pathway to citizenship. That's pretty obvious.
How do you get them out?
Time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separation.
Okay, I just want to go over the rules again. A question will be asked. The candidate gets 2 minutes to speak. The other candidate gets 2 minutes to speak. And then each of them get a 1 minute rebuttal. What part of that is I'm giving you 1 minute to answer this question? You didn't do that with Walls on the first question, and he didn't even come close to answering that motherfucking thing.
Shut up.
Oh.
Thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop.
What's a disgrace is you having to explain that to that woman who told that blatant fucking lie.
Yeah,
I'm glad he did, but it's a disgrace that he had to.
How much you bet she's gonna get pissed off about it?
Dust in the Wind says, wait, it's about to get worse. Oh, fuck me. I am so irritated at this already.
Look, I think what Tim said.
Go ahead.
You know it's just going to get worse. I mean, sorry, but we both know how this shit goes.
Just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running,
that wasn't her question. That was an example she gave within her question.
Yeah.
Her question was, how are you going to be able to get all of these people out? For example, would you separate these people?
Real quick. Thank you, Camilla's vaginal HPV tumor. Cheeto Hitler Trump is dehumanizing people. That's our job. Nora O'Donnell, probably. Yeah, I think that's accurate. And thank you. You guys are on fire tonight.
Great job explaining what was wrong with the border bill. Now, if we could just get one fucking Republican to explain why it was terrible, that would be nice, right? None of them answer this correctly. Everybody just gets on the defensive because Donald Trump killed that bill. If Donald Trump is the reason it didn't pass, good. I'm glad, because it was a shit bill. And that's what they should be saying.
It really was. And I don't care who crafted it, whether it was a neocon or somebody else. It was a garbage bill because it was still going to allow illegals to come in. That's a non-starter for me.
Shit, I did not mean to start that. I'm sorry, Jack.
No, that's okay.
Sorry, guys. Occasionally my hand still twitches. Makes video games a pain in the ass sometimes.
I imagine it makes video games much more interesting.
I fire guns in games a lot more than I mean to. All right, here we go.
Or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president
Senator,
again.
For the record, remember the month that Joe Biden gets in, because he gets in January 20th. So February is really the first month of his presidency. There is a massive spike in illegals. Do you remember Biden's response to that? His response, and I'm not making this up, you can go look it up. There's always a spike in February. And then that spike just kept continuing. And the news repeated that ad nauseum, just without there's always a spike. The fact that it was a much bigger spike than we'd ever seen, that was never brought up. And then it just keeps continuing, and they ignored the fuck out of it until we get to the election time, and they're like, wow, people actually do care about this. Republicans, this is one of your winners, and you should be beating this fucking drum. I cannot believe you guys have dropped the ball so hard on this.
If there's one thing the Republicans are good at, it's snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they see their foot and reach for their gun, man.
Damn right.
Time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue.
I'm a Democrat. I don't care what the people think.
The people are a collective. Nobody cares what they think.
We saw that from Newsom just yesterday.
Yep.
With a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprised.
What about the people saying that we need to get deportations going? If you can't solve it, you just demonize it. So I'm going to tell you why this guy's a dick.
Yeah. Make personal attacks. It's more fun that way.
Remember at the beginning, guys, when I said the only thing you can really learn here is what the person running for the main spot, what their thinking is? Because this is who Kamala thinks would be a good president if, God forbid, she wins and God forbid she dies, choking on a dick or something. This is who she thinks is a good person to run the country. maybe it's because she was, Biden's VP. And so she's like, yeah, he's almost as retarded as Biden.
Almost.
But seriously, this is a good look at the thinking that you're going to get from a Kamala administration. That this guy is number 2. That's scary as shit.
Oh, it's terrifying, dude.
Imagine what the fucking Secretary of Defense will look like. Probably be somebody who joined the army because they saw that ad with the lesbians.
I mean, it's a 90% chance you're not wrong.
Probably whoever made that ad, actually.
Surprises me on this. Talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this. Talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this.
That is not what he said, you lying prick. Oh, even the news outlet that reported this came out and said, you guys are taking this wrong.
Yep. That is a hate fact, though, Monkey.
Oh. For those of you wondering, he used the phrase creating stories, and what he meant was highlighting stories. That's it. And the fucking press, and now this fucking asshole who, remember, went up on a stage and suggested that JD Vance fucks couches because he's all about the truth, just repeated a lie.
Well, I mean, it didn't stop anybody else. Kamala and Biden both reiterated lies throughout the debate. And nobody said a fucking thing because they're not going to, because the media is in the bag for these people, and it's obvious.
That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor.
Them being here legally isn't the problem. The problem is that they shouldn't have been brought here.
Yeah, I would say that they were brought here under false pretenses.
Yeah.
Their legal status, I would say, is at best questionable.
Yeah, they were brought here under the refugee program. And none of them suggested that they were here legally. That was never part of the conversation about them eating dogs and cats. It was the question of how they're impacting the communities that they're being put into as you're bringing massive amounts of people here we don't have room or resources for.
Yep.
Evolved Potato, thank you. Wait, Monkey, haven't you seen the Kamala campaign statement about how Walz was picked as VP while she was under stress after Joe dropped out? Insinuating that Timmy wasn't the best choice and Kamala can't handle stress. No, I haven't seen that. Look, if she was a serious person, I don't like Shapiro, but he would have been a better pick than this retard.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this.
I don't want to come together with you, weirdo.
Donald Trump continue to make.
That's what him and his buddies do in the woods.
Yeah,
that's an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school.
No, he didn't.
Oh, that is fucking disingenuous as all get out.
Foreign actors made bullshit phone calls because they knew it would enrage the press. That's what happened there.
Yeah. Yeah. Outsiders from out of the country made lies, and then the schools had to shut down. It had nothing to do with anything Trump said. There were foreigners acting on the opportunity to disrupt and sow chaos in a town.
Yep. They were playing to what they know our media does. There was no reason to go through all that stuff other than it's the same thing with the Boston Children's Hospital thing. They got bomb threats. Credible ones? No? Yeah. But hey, Trump totally faked an assassination.
I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first.
No, let him fucking respond.
No, we got another question for him. So to distract from what he just said.
Twice at least already, you've asked Walz, would you like to address what those specific charges he made? You should be doing that with Vance right now. That's the only question you should be asking.
The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement?
I'll allow you to answer. Here's the question. And then it's a question that, one, she starts off arguing for Walz. Did you catch that?
Yep.
What Walz is saying, that's not your fucking job, lady.
No, your job is not to correct what he said at all.
Oh, God. This is almost worse than the ABC one.
It's at least on par.
It's getting there very quick.
Yeah.
At least on ABC, they didn't pretend that they were arguing for the other candidate. They just did it.
1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job.
You fell for it. You fell for it. Go back to what Vance said. Ignore her. I would just tell her, I'm not answering that. I'm going to go back to what we were talking about.
Yeah. I'm trying to respond to what Walz said, not your nonsense bullshit.
As agreed in the rules, I get a minute rebuttal. Fuck you, bitch.
He gets to rebut the question she just asked.
Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look,
hang on, we got to watch that again. I know I'm on the AT&T, so you might not be able to see it very well. But watch when he brings up Springfield specifically. Watch Walz.
And he's very worried about...
It's like, oh, I heard my name.
Oh, somebody talk about me? Oh.
Squirrel.
About the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. Yep. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most...
Legal and illegal. He's going to jump you on that when she gives him a chance. Because they technically are here legally because they're here under the refugee program.
Under false pretenses.
They just shouldn't be.
Yeah.
We're bringing in people that we cannot afford to have.
Worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor.
I don't think Walz wants to solve this problem at all.
I don't think he does either.
I don't think Democrats see it as a problem.
No, it's future voters for them.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah. Well, wait. Well, you're not going to tell him what the question is?
No, she doesn't have to because he is so magnificent that she doesn't need to tell him.
This is so fucking dirty.
It is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame.
You can talk about that, and it's a real issue, but you know what also is an issue? sending 20,000 people into a town of 60,000 people. I promise you there wasn't 20,000 or even 5,000, given 4 people per family, Jack. 5,000 empty lots sitting around waiting for somebody to move in.
What? You mean, are you trying to say that some people were displaced?
Displaced, the cost of rent going up because suddenly you have way more demand than you have supply.
That is so racist.
Oh, what a fucking asshole.
Look, this bill also gives the money.
Just because there's more than one thing causing a problem doesn't mean you shouldn't solve any of it.
No, it makes it multifaceted, and we need a different approach, like ignoring it.
Necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days.
Yeah, we should be able to tell them no immediately.
We should, because the Refugee Act is very specific about who can come in, as well as having a limit of 50,000.
Yeah.
We can close the border literally at any time.
They're
but even with the money that they tried to get through with that stupid bill, like we'll get more judges, it would not be enough to get a 7-year waiting period down to 90 days. Do you realize how many judges you'd have to do? What we need to do is get the illegals out and stop fucking humoring every fucking retard who comes across the border looking for a better life monetarily and going, yes, I am oppressed in my home country.
That's true.
Get the fuck out. And by the way, the actual immigration can take up to 10 years. I've heard as bad as 15. You know why? Because our immigration judges are dealing with all these fucking assholes who have no claim. And we still have to treat them like it's real.
Mm-hmm.
Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me.
I'm sure I'm going to hear all the liberals telling me about how biblicisms don't belong in politics.
Yeah. Shouldn't we separate church and state? Isn't that something they tell us about all the time? Also, doing the least of us, you do unto me. God isn't trying to break into my country and steal all our resources. You know why? Because he doesn't need to.
I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Oh, dignity. Oh, dignity.
How do you deal with the ones who are already here?
Oh, shut up.
How do you, let's say you get it down to that 90 days, right? You're going to have to be, unless you're letting them all stay, you're going to have to be mass deporting those people. Where's his question about how he's going to remove the people who under the 90-day plan are told they're not allowed to be here?
Yeah, we need specifics. You better go into massive detail about how you plan on doing that, Timmy.
Thank you, Governor. And just to
go ahead,
real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. It's so easy to get a 7 to 15 year long legal issue down to 90 days if you rubber stamp everything. True. That's exactly right. That's what they're going to do. They're just going to be like, okay, you can stay.
I backed it up because they're getting ready to opine at the end again, and I want to make sure I get it all.
Keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
By the way, I have dignity telling people to go fuck themselves. It's not treating them nicely, but I'm dignified in doing it.
I feel dignified by it.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary.
What a cunt. God damn it. We're not 2 hours. Oh, we did just pass the 2 hour. Cunt.
If you're still here and offended by that, what are you doing, man?
If you're offended by that, you are in the wrong place.
Absolutely.
Protected.
Oh dear Lord. Thank you, God. Give me that cheddar, Jack. or a plaque of 1,000 horse pimple popping videos may befall you. Yeah, well, God knows how broke I am. So thank you anyway. God, air quotes.
Jiraiya says some people need to be told to go fuck yourself before they change for the better. True.
True story.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you,
Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
You don't get to respond.
No, we have so much to talk about, and that's not your answer, Mister. We're not going to discuss what you want, you filthy fascist.
The one point where they should have pressed walls, they didn't. Every time, even when they're giving JD a chance to rebut, they're like, but we have a whole separate question for you on that.
Yeah, you can rebut, but only this question we're going to ask you. And fuck you.
Rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually.
I just got a little boner. Go JD. Go JD. Hell yeah.
Actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our
Thank you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
Do you hear her voice?
That was so goddamn condescending.
What a twat.
Wow. Wow, how insulting. You're supposed to be the moderator, not a fucking commentator, cunt. Sorry, I said it.
Wow. Let's hear that
again. I
again.
can't believe that. That just shows the absolute contempt they have for anybody that doesn't agree with them. Walls looks like he's like, oh, I'm so turned on right now. If only you were a sexy trans teen.
Margaret, by
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The app was on the books since 1990? You sure you want to run with that?
Yeah. I can't believe they fucking talked to JD like that. That is unbelievably disrespectful.
Is she going to fact check Tim now and be like, Senator, Governor, he specifically mentioned the app that is allowing this, which, by the way, is a Biden invention. That did not exist in 1990. Did we even have the term app the way we do now in 1990?
No, it didn't exist. Not like, I'm sure the term existed, but in a different context.
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that
they just muted him. They just muted him correcting that shit.
Yeah. Wow. That tells you everything you need to know about these fucking degenerates running this shit. Oh my God. They're so in the bag. It's disgusting. Wow. Thank you, Vol Potato. These people were granted legal status through an illegal procedure. It isn't legal to give them the status, but they don't care. Exactly.
Yes.
And JD correcting them, it obviously made them mad. These people are very, very arrogant. And like all arrogant people, they don't like to be corrected. Even when you're right, it doesn't matter.
All right.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are.
I heard him just fine. I absolutely heard him just fine.
Yeah,
cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you for explaining the legal process. Fuck you.
The legal process that you fact-checked and lied about.
Incorrect.
Did not give the full context to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will give her this. The second time she said it, she wasn't as cunty about it.
Yeah, the second time, but I think she caught that she said it like a giant bitch. But
I think somebody in her ear told her that.
Yeah, like dial it back now.
The economy is is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And
unrealized capital gains tax.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen.
How are you going to pay for it?
I was born in a middle-class family. He did the meme.
You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put.
You okay?
Thank you, Tim's wobbly jowls.
Nice.
Hold on, I got white tears out of my eyes. That's hilarious. Tim forgot to quote Judges 3:18. Thou shalt not look like fat Mickey Rooney after getting the news his dog died. But I'm pretty sure that's a biblical quote. By the way, as far as how you treat the least of us, what's your stance on unborn children, Tim? This guy's as Christian as Kamala is black. That's a really good point. That I hadn't connected that. That's a good one. What's your stance on abortion or butchering children's genitals?
I don't want to hit play.
I know, but thank you again, Tim's wobbly jowls.
Yeah, thank you for the humorous interlude there. It's I needed it.
Yeah, you guys are on fire tonight. Really. It's sad is we have Australians like Evolved Potato in the chat, and they know more about what is happening with our laws than our legal experts here apparently do.
That's because more people need to watch our show, Jack.
Oh, yeah, that's good point. Good point. Like, share, and subscribe. Jesus.
But out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or
the question is, how would you pay for things like that $25,000, dickhead?
He's trying to avoid that question a lot.
Because that $25,000 for that house doesn't return any money to the federal government. None.
No. Also, don't you have to have that money up front?
The way that it's written, it is a credit, not a like grant. So yeah, you would have to pay the 25 and then get it back as a write-off on your taxes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a write-off. You have to actually have that money up front to get the money back.
Other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect.
Nobody was paying $800. This is one of the things they do with medicines where a medicine might have an extremely high price point, but when it's actually, by the time it gets to the consumer, it's not $800 a month. Stop it, dumbass.
Yeah, did Trump fix that and then they undid it and had to go back to it?
They have a new talking point on that. Trump's was voluntary and this made it mandatory.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have
none of that addresses how you will pay for $1.2 trillion in more spending, dickhead. Because everything that we're going to make it so that your house payment and everything's cheaper, except for the fact the only way to pay for everything that you've just promised is to print more money causing more inflation, the same shit we just went through with the Biden administration, dickhead.
Shut up.
Have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families.
How do you save money?
Shut up.
We're going to spend all this money and it's going to save us money. How?
It's going to save us money with an educated wish.
He's like the fucking underpants gnome here.
Yeah.
Spend money. Step 2. Step 3, save money.
Magic.
And then getting businesses off the ground.
And
the law as it stands
doesn't
right now
address
is
the question.
$5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, "You're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut." He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class.
The tax cut was across the board. It went predominantly to the upper class because they pay the fucking taxes, dickhead.
Shut up.
Happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing.
No. I'm not going to let you get away with that. I don't like how Donald Trump did not account for the tax cut. Fiscal responsibility is just not a thing anybody in government seems to believe in. But the $8 trillion comes from the COVID numbers, you fucking asshole.
Hate fact.
A 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that.
What is their fair share? Be specific.
No, they could never be specific on fair share. That way they can always raise taxes on rich people.
Our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Oh, Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton.
But I'm going to give you a new question anyway, so you have to answer that one, or I'm going to fact check some bullshit on you.
Why did they even agree to debate rules if the moderators aren't even fucking following them?
Technically, she is giving him time to respond. Just not to the question that was originally asked, but to the new one.
School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear.
You didn't have that ballooning the deficit part when you asked this to Walls, you fucking liar.
That's part of the disingenuous game that we're playing here.
Hey, Nora, since you guys like to fact check, what did the Wharton School say about Biden's recovery plan and how that would deal with inflation? Just curious.
Shut up.
Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies.
I'm going to give him a pass for not answering this one because Tim didn't have to either. So
yeah, why bother?
Yeah.
And what she's actually done.
But for the record, he's not answering it either.
Oh, yeah, he's not answering it either. But you know what? At this point, fuck it. Who cares?
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Instead,
I wouldn't answer it either.
Nope.
Is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for.
Amen. Again, this is the problem they run into. This is what we need to do. Why haven't you? Remember the beginning of this when he was giving the answer that had nothing to do with the question? We have to keep the leadership steady. Got to be steady leadership. Well, steady leadership has led us to ridiculous inflation and the job market is starting to fail. That's what we should be sticking with now, or is that only when we're talking about, bombing Iran? No, leaders, it's all Donald Trump's fault.
Promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic
Okay, that was a really good one. I'll give him that.
And he's not wrong. Got PhDs, but no common sense. Yeah. And that has been my experience with dealing with people who tell me they have a PhD.
I have a PhD. I just hear Kevin Samuels in my head every time.
Yeah. Wow. Well played. Well played.
Economic policies to deliver the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation.
Yeah, at the time, economists were all talking about how the economy was going to crash. We were just due for it, and that's what the PhDs tell us, is that the economy will inevitably crash every 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
And they were all waiting for, where's the crash? Where's the crash? And they didn't get it until COVID was forced on us. The underlying economics were still fine. And as soon as everything opened up, look, we made 13 million new jobs. No, you didn't. You made 13 million old jobs available to be done again. They never want to talk about that part.
Country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well,
I mean, technically she did give a question there, but it's a setup question. Tell us how great Kamala is.
Does Willie Brown count as the middle class? Because I know something she did.
That would have been a great, yeah. It rose there too. This would have been a great time for her to, fact check and go, by the way, he is correct that she's been the vice president for 3.5 years and they haven't done this. How come?
Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but
no, we weren't. You lying prick.
Yeah, that is total bullshit. The vast majority of the shutdowns happened under Biden. People need to remember that.
Largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts said this.
You made a question about experts said this. Didn't this guy used to teach?
He's a coach. Coach. I think he used to teach, yeah.
Thank you, John McCain. We're bombing Iran. Hell yeah. My erectile dysfunction just went into spontaneous remission thanks to that patriotic news.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Not us, but the Jews.
Get a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted.
Oh, at least he's coming around.
Did you really want to use that last example?
That's just accurate. I mean,
he's trying to say this is a bad thing because JD doesn't believe it. Hey, the economists that he said can't be trusted, are the ones who told us inflation wouldn't happen and then told us it was transitory.
Yep. And it wasn't.
It's so weird why would you bring up these people who have been shown to be wrong over and over and over? Dangerous, thank you. Trump is so mean, he only gave tax cuts to the people who were actually paying taxes. I'll give Tim one thing. At least he didn't say this time it will pay for itself. Hate that stupid phrase. Fair enough.
Yeah. Good points.
I mean, there are times where when you cut taxes, you bring in more revenue, because cutting taxes, it is the whole trickle down theory. You cut the taxes on the businesses, they have more money to spend, they invest it or hire more people. That increases your tax base. There's more money coming in. The problem is we don't do it in direct relation. And often it's like, okay, we'll cut taxes and we're going to spend $1 trillion more. That's where we run into the trouble.
Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers.
Okay. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic. And the same thing goes with this. So if you think the economy's in trouble, listen to the heart surgeons at the Mayo Clinic.
I don't know. Trump's right about a lot of things. I might at least listen to what he has to say before making my decision. Because a lot of stuff Trump has said has been correct over time. Just saying.
Nurses, truck drivers, whatever. How is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Is everybody following the law in those two situations? Because if so, that's not Donald Trump's fault.
Yeah.
The last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that.
He's talking about free trade, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And the economic experts were all on board with that shit. There's, especially when you're talking about economic experts, these people are wrong more often than they're right by a lot.
Yeah, just like the jobs report has to get revised down later on, but nobody talks about that. These people are the same way.
They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off. And they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore.
You had a better example to use there just with the inflation. And he really should have used that one because it's more, I get the manufacturing base is down and all of that, but what people are struggling with right now, we haven't gotten to the jobs problem yet. It's coming. It's coming, guys. At least all the indications that we're seeing, it's coming.
Yeah.
The immediate thing is how much people are paying. And it was all of those experts were like, there's not going to be any inflation. The Republicans are just wrong about this. They just don't want to give poor people money. And it was the experts who were wrong. And he should have used that example.
We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I have 3 beautiful little kids at home too, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on.
He gets another fucking rebuttal?
Oh, yeah. Yes, he gets a rebuttal because technically they changed the question when they asked Vance, right? Isn't that how this works?
True.
the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look,
you heard what the numbers were. Don't pay any attention to your actual real life experience. I lied to you. Go with that.
I really hate him.
I will give her credit for bringing that up because that doesn't look good for the Kamala campaign. That, yeah, people trust Trump on the economy way more than they trust Kamala.
Yeah, but they're trying to use that as like the average voter's a dum-dum because they listen to Mr. Trump. Orange man's bad, man.
Union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good.
What? Did I hear that right?
Yep. Sure. Okay.
Whatever.
Good.
I'd have to see the exact numbers that they're talking about and when, but remember the whole China trade war that we had going on there for a little while was over the trade deficit.
Yeah, it was because that already existed, that China buys almost nothing of ours.
Yeah.
Despite the promises they made. And we buy a ton of their crap.
Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that.
But, okay, but he was bringing that up to point out that the experts that you were just ass-kissing were wrong.
Yeah.
So you agree that the experts are fucking idiots?
Apparently.
We had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult.
Wow. Okay. You want to cup the union balls a little more there, Chief?
NAFTA was because of an end of collective bargaining or an undercutting of collective bargaining?
Yeah, because it kept the unions from extorting everybody.
He's just saying words. This is like arguing with somebody on Twitter. I heard this thing, so I'm going to say it. Oh my God, this is painful.
We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross generalization.
That is exactly what just happened.
Yeah.
I called it out before Vance did.
And isn't he supposed to shut up when Vance is responding?
Supposed to, yes.
Did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope
Vance is doing very well despite the moderators.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better than Trump did with hitting back with specifics. And he's pretty fast on his feet. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he's very adept. There's been a couple times where he's done some blatant dodges, as we've discussed.
Yep,
but
sure.
Overall, he is doing pretty good at delivering messaging.
I'm still not counting the second one as a dodge because that fucking testicle on the right didn't have to.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's technically a dodge, but it's not a dodge in the sense that anybody bothered to answer the question.
Yeah. And they haven't forced Walls to answer a question yet.
No, and he's just been spewing gibberish. Like just words that maybe if you're not paying attention sound smart. I don't know.
We have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you, Margaret.
We have a lot to get to ahead,
keep
gentlemen,
saying
on
that.
many topics, but
I'm so confused by the end of that. Where, okay, so JD Vance pointed out that Walls made an ass of himself. And Walls shot back with, I hope we talk about healthcare stuff. I'm lost at where that might even go.
I'm lost as to what the fuck is going on at this point because this makes no fucking sense.
right now I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
Oh,
Can you explain?
All right, I'll give her credit for bringing that up.
Let's see where this is going because that's actually a good point.
I bet it's going to be. My wife says sometimes I misspeak. Uh-oh.
What?
Frost has said Monk's about to get mad with a smiley face. Fuck.
When Frosted's saying it, you know it's true.
God damn it. I don't even want to hit play now.
I kind of want you to hit play more.
All right.
Get this Skeletor off the fucking screen.
All right. So the question is, you claim to be there in Hong Kong during the Tiananmen Square massacre, which I'm not even sure why that would matter because Hong Kong technically was part of Great Britain at the time.
Yeah.
But he even lied about that. So, all right.
That discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your.
Did they not teach you how to use a calendar?
It was a middle class area, so apparently not. Oh no, I don't know what's happening. What does where he grew up have to do with him lying about where he was?
This face is just the face of him through this whole debate.
Yeah, it's a deer in the headlights look. This guy, he's really dumb and he's a liar. He's kind of like Biden.
All right, we're gonna let him give his dumbass answer. This is very easy. I screwed up my timing. I got the timing wrong. I was wrong to have said that. I misremembered. It was 30 years ago, 35 years ago. I mean, shit. You know what I mean? But he's starting off with where he grew up. Now, unless the answer continues, it was right next to a puddle of toxic sludge. It is entirely irrelevant.
That discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service.
I did that in Virginia Beach, asshole.
Yeah, I mean, who
cares? That has nothing to do with small town life. It's just life in the past when it was safer.
Oh, maybe he's going to tell us about him and his friends and how they used to play D&D and then they fought a Demogorgon from the Upside Down.
No, one time they went for a walk and they found a dead body.
Oh, and then they found a stranded space alien and made friends with him. And he made their bikes fly.
Oh, God.
I fucking hate this guy.
I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher.
All right, I can't give him too much shit for this because he's going through he should have done it at the top like JD did. But okay, you get a minute to give us your background here.
No, this is fucking dumb. It was dumb when JD did it.
Yep.
It's dumb now. This is stupid. What does this have to do with the question you were asked?
It's a distraction.
It's a very big distraction, and it's not well executed.
My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers. And
you took dancers? What?
Hold me closer, Tiny Timber.
We would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years.
Those 400 people elected you to Congress? I feel like it probably took more than that.
I don't know what he's rambling about now. Like, it's starting to get confusing because he started off talking about his hometown, and now he's talking about they know who I am. Who's they, dude? Are you talking about the people in your state?
He went to China. The question, again, remember, guys, technically it belonged to Great Britain at the time, was about Hong Kong and where you were during the Tiananmen Square massacre.
Yeah, none of this has anything to do with that. This is just him babbling about his history. I don't want to know your life. I don't care about your character, dude. It's like hanging out with D&D kids. I don't want to know about your character, all right? I don't care.
It actually makes the answer funnier that he gave all of that background to get to where we are right now. Cirque says he also served in Hiroshima and then transferred to Nagasaki too.
I kind of expect that sort of answer.
I was just expecting any answer, and this isn't even an answer.
No, this is words.
And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk.
If I was JD when it became my turn I would just go, I'm going to give my 2 minutes to him to see if he can answer that question.
I'd like to see where this goes.
Lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric.
Wait. Will you rewind that a little bit? I think we cut him off through his middle of his answer.
So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us.
This isn't a critique of you going to China. This is a critique of you lying about when you were in China. Look, there's great, just wait, Monkey. We'll get back to him in a second, but the question was specifically about you lying about being there during Tiananmen Square. Mm-hmm. What the fuck does that have to do? Nobody's saying, hey, you should never go to China. Thank you, Dangerous. Notice how he started speaking so quickly. It's like when people get nervous, like during speeches, and they start talking really quickly to get it over with. Now answer the fucking question. He's done that repeatedly, actually. It's a good catch on your part.
Yeah.
You'll notice when he gets more nervous, he starts speaking almost Michigonian. Because these people up here can talk fast, dude.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to stand around in the cold.
All right. We backed it up just a little bit so we don't cut anything off here.
I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing.
We didn't lose that trade war.
I'm sorry. Wasn't it the Democrats who gave Trump all kinds of shit for calling it the China virus?
Yes. It was racist, remember?
Oh my God. All right.
So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at,
I hope Vance
or whether
calls
it
him
was
out on
being a
this.
good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Did this, oh, I almost dropped an N-bomb. Did this motherfucker just say being a good soldier?
Yes. Yes, by abandoning his troops when they needed him the most.
You fucking cocksucker.
Being a good soldier or was being
folks.
a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this.
Then why did I have to listen to 2 years of your life?
Right? Like, seriously, I actually am glad that she called him out on that, because that was such a rambling mess that he tried to circle around. All he had to do is say, I misspoke. I got the dates wrong. I thought it was 30 years ago. I thought I was there for that, but I guess my timing was off.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. Look, Jack, somebody mentioned earlier, it's 30 years ago. I can't remember what I did yesterday, and that's fair. But there's certain historical events where, like, if you were in Hong Kong when Tiananmen Square was going on, that would be something you knew where you were during it.
Yeah, because you'd be bragging about that all the fucking time.
I can tell you exactly where I was, the position I was laying in when I heard about the Twin Towers.
Yeah, I can tell you where I was that morning and that afternoon, because that was a major event. I could tell you where I was when Trump got shot.
Yeah, I was at my computer. I just sat down to my computer. But this isn't him being hey, you said you were there in July, but it was actually August. This was during a very specific point. Anyway,
the discrepancy.
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
I mean, that probably would have worked as an answer if he didn't give us that 2-minute bullshit answer first.
Yeah.
But again, you did it because you were trying to clout chase off of Chinese people being abused by their government.
He seems to have this a lot where he has exaggerated, let's say, his role in things.
The weapons carried. The weapons I carried into war.
Yeah. You never were in war. Shut up.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that.
But you weren't. That's the point.
I followed up a lie correction with another lie.
Jesus Christ. I am so glad that they didn't cut him off.
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
If he means he learned to lie, then I would give him that.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a great way to catch a liar, guys. Don't always try to talk them down. Let them speak. You just leave that dead silence there and they'll try to fill it. Because what he should have done there is just stopped when he first stopped. I misspoke and just left it at that. And instead, no, I was there that summer. I was totally still there.
Yeah, that would have been the smart way of doing that. But he's not smart.
That is a bad look. Wow.
Thank you, Governor.
When I get to Twitter, if I don't see that clip all over it, I'm going to be so disappointed.
Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been.
And that was 2016. Look, I am very critical of him being picked because of this, because I knew this would be their best talking point against the guy.
Yeah.
This is before Trump was actually in office. Yeah. I believe somebody who spoke ill of Trump in 2016 and changed their tune after seeing him as president more than I would if they, changed it before he was elected.
Somebody could change their mind?
I mean, he's got the easy answer here. I was wrong. I saw how he governed, and I was just wrong. Or, no, I was in Tiananmen with Dickhead over here. Look at Vance's face. He knew this question was coming.
Oh, yeah. Just like they're going to ask him about January 6th.
Asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs?
Okay, why is he getting a question framed as why should they trust you when the fucking liar next to him didn't get that question?
That is a really good question, Monkey. And the answer is stop noticing things.
With Walz, it was, can you explain that discrepancy? It wasn't like, why should the people trust you when you're a clear fucking liar?
Yeah, a repeated liar.
Needs to hear, and not just the advice he wants to hear. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record.
To their face.
That's actually a really good answer.
To their face. Get them.
But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people.
And get a jab in at Kamala and Tim for not doing interviews.
Yep.
They did some really good prep for this.
Absolutely. I am really happy with his performance overall.
Yeah, he's done very well. Very well.
Where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and
that's a good play.
This is an excellent answer. I'm sorry to keep interrupting it, guys, but yeah. Look, Trump does deserve some bashing for overspending, especially during COVID. We spent way too much money we didn't have.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And why should we trust? Well, why don't you ask him, do you still think that there were mistakes made? And would you be willing to bring those up to Trump? Because that is a legitimate question. We do know that Trump likes somebody who is loyal to him, and your VP should be. How do we know that you're going to give a trustworthy, or, you're actually going to tell him what you think rather than what you think he wants to hear? But her questions are so fucked up in the way that they're presented.
They're presented that way so that you get a specific answer that's going to make you look bad.
And he ain't falling for it.
Yeah, it's shockingly.
He's done very well with this. And after his debate performances in the Senate race down there in Ohio, I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't sure he had it in him.
I didn't like the guy previously, but I'm starting to see why Trump picked him.
Yeah,
I disagree with Vance on several things, but he seems to have been a pretty good choice.
He is a very well spoken.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration. Yeah. It's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record.
This was actually brought up by Trump during the Kamala debate.
Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive.
That's why is the camera on JD right there? This is a question to Walz.
Maybe Walz was picking his nose and eating the boogers.
Now to the issue of reproductive rights.
I almost feel like they were trying to catch him doing something, and instead he's just standing there looking handsome.
Yeah, with his eyeliner. Like, look at me, ladies. Goth JD here.
I've actually been looking. I think there was a kid I grew up with who had eyes just like that. He just had really dark eyelashes, especially right on the inner side. So it does kind of look like eyeliner.
Governor Walz, after.
I've been staring deeply into JD's eyes this whole time.
Roe versus Wade was overturned. You
don't worry, Vivek. It's still me and you, man. Still me and you.
You signed
we
a bill.
Love you, Vivek. Please run again.
Fuck it. I'll let her talk. Right. I'll shut up, guys.
Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look.
You weren't asked what the bill said. You were asked, what do you support? They always fucking do this.
Yep. They were asking for your stance, not what the bill said. Stop.
You will notice that none of these people who are adamant that I am not for abortion at any time will never tell you when they think it should stop.
Oh, of course.
What they will instead go to is, I think it should be up to the doctors. So you don't believe in any kind of limit on it. Well, no, it should be between a woman and her doctor. Then why are you saying that you're not for abortion anytime up to the 9th month? Oh, no, I'm not for that. Well, what if the doctor says that that's when she needs it? Well, then she should. They're such fucking liars about this. The abortion lobby lies constantly. It starts with fetus. It's just a fetus. And it goes all the way through. Yeah, we'd kill that kid tomorrow if we could. And he's 6.
This issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful.
You disagree with the 10th Amendment?
Yes. Why do you hate
we should talk about that. Why do you disagree with the 10th Amendment specifically? Because the 10th Amendment is the one that sends it to the state.
They don't care about the Bill of Rights, dude.
Thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that,
did they not allow that little kid to have an abortion? Because he just brought it up like he was happy to talk about it.
Well, I mean, he seems very excited to talk about child rape.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah, it's a good point.
The only thing he didn't like about that story is that it was a legal citizen.
Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But
Roe v. Wade only went up to viability. Everything else after that could be kept down. You could absolutely outlaw it. Is that what your bill did? I doubt it.
Look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Again, Trump has disavowed Project 2025 a dozen times because he's not involved in it at all, and he's got his own program. Fucking hell.
Here's a little hate fact for you guys, as they tell us about how if you don't know these people, you will. You'll know. You'll have people just like this in your life. Remember the whole back alley abortion thing? Didn't really happen. The coat hanger thing didn't really happen. Women getting pushed downstairs only happened in Italian households. Abortion has been built. Abortion has been built. Don't laugh at that shit. Has been built on a lie since the beginning. There wasn't roving bands of doctors, and it's not the half hour, 35-minute mark of Dirty Dancing where, oh my God, yeah, he was a butcher. He came in and he didn't even have gloves. He had rusty tools. That shit was not happening in any kind of meaningful way. Thank you, Dr. Mengele. Do you really want doctors like me making decisions? Yes, the Democrats do, honestly.
Yeah.
They prefer it if you took more of a dislike to darker skins, but otherwise they're fine.
Yeah.
Roe herself lied. She absolutely did. She claims she was raped when she was not.
Have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit.
Yep.
For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child.
The reason you have a child is because your wife has no discernment.
Yeah.
GB, thank you so very much. In my town, they got rid of maternity ward entirely. Now, if you are in labor, you have to go all the way to the city, which is terrible. My family doctor, the guy who delivered the babies there, even thought it was fucking dumb. A lot of hospitals and stuff, as you've had these corporations take over the hospitals, smaller hospitals just can't do anything anymore. You're lucky if you have an emergency room.
Yeah.
It's all consolidated now. He's telling this story. At least he's not claiming it was an IVF treatment anymore, Jack, because since he got called out on that bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, his misspeaking. It's amazing how often this guy misspeaks and nobody calls him a fucking liar.
Well, you know, he's little Timmy Waltz. He's just a good boy, didn't do nothing. He means well.
That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide. What's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human.
That's absolutely
literally
how this works.
That is legally how it works.
Yeah, I don't think he understands what the fuck he's talking about.
It's not how they want it to work. This is the problem with the oversized federal government. We were never supposed to have a president. The president is supposed to be mostly a figurehead. He's not supposed to have very much power at all. All of that power is supposed to be in the states. The governors are the ones where real power should lie.
Yeah.
This is literally how it works. The 10th Amendment, look it up. This has nothing to do with the federal government or any of the rights granted to any of the powers granted to the Congress, the executive or judicial branch. Therefore, it reverts to the people and the states.
Human right. We have seen.
I'm sorry, did he just call abortion a human right?
The states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have.
Abortion is basic human rights, guys. Killing a child is basic human rights. Except for the child.
Yeah. Fuck that kid.
That kid don't got no rights.
Have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to?
If you kill enough people, you can get your mortality rates down.
I guess so.
You can absolutely eradicate certain genetic disabilities, Jack, with abortion.
Oh yeah, Down syndrome. What was it? Was it the Netherlands that was doing that?
One of those countries up there, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you could genetically purify your race, as it were.
Yeah, he's literally talking about eugenics.
Yeah, 100%.
Respond to the governor's claim. Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this.
They couldn't anyway. It would have to be set up by Congress.
Yeah, that's fucking dumb.
Because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate.
Me too. But you got to have that folksy thing because it's fickle.
Oh, God, you got to be relatable. No, you don't. Shut up.
It's the one thing you don't have to worry about with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has never come up there and go, yeah, when I was a kid and I was eating out of a gold ice cream bowl and just worried about how we were going to afford dinner next week. He doesn't try to come off as one of us other than in, wanting to protect the country, wanting people to have the ability to get ahead.
Yeah. You could be empathetic without trying to have the exact same story as everybody else.
Yeah. And you've already told us twice now, JD, this is number 3, about your poor growing up. Cool. We get it.
Yeah. Still don't care.
Those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, I one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican.
That kid had to die because his dad was a dick.
Yeah, because of something somebody else did.
Literal sins of the father stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
And who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been...
That is such a focus-tested answer.
Yeah, I don't like that one. Overall, he's still doing a good job, but that was a pretty wishy-washy answer.
Very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we...
Thank you, Tim Walls, who says, if it was for me having an abortion, I wouldn't have had a misspeaking politician.
All right, I back this up so he's switching to the actual abortion issue now.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
On the public policy front, just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions.
Oh, such a bad... No, as messy as a republic is.
Yes.
Because that is the essence of the 10th Amendment, is protecting the republic.
Yeah.
Democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question...
You're not going to reiterate the question that he completely dodged?
No.
You got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this.
The accusation he made about Minnesota was absolutely true. You guys have it in your records about the kids that you let die, that were born alive, and you guys did nothing and just let them die. There was no lie there.
Monkey, that is one of those hate facts they don't like.
And you could easily prove Donald Trump wrong about you not wanting any limits on abortion by just telling us what limits you agree with. Go ahead. I'll wait.
You'll be waiting a long time, buddy.
Yeah, that
they're never held to that question, ever.
Well, of course not. Why would they be?
Diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state.
You cunt. He's going to bring... This is the case we talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care.
All right. Maybe it's just a really close name, or he's confusing things, because she didn't have to travel to North Carolina. Did he just fuck up the lady?
I think he did.
Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation...
All right, now I have to look this up. Amber Thurman is the name he's using, right?
I think so, yeah.
All right. Amber Thurman. Amber Thurman's family speaks out after Georgia strikes down 6-week abortion bill, or 6 weeks abortion ban. Amber, 28, had a rare complication from her abortion medication and went to Piedmont Henry Hospital in Stockbridge to have it removed. Doctors, yeah, he's mixing up the person. She did not go to North Carolina. This is the one we talked about where she took the abortion pill, and then for whatever reason, the doctors did not do surgery until 20 hours later, even though the law specifically states removing dead fetal tissue is not considered abortion and is not covered by the abortion law. He just fucking... You made me doubt my memory, Tim. I haven't done that in a while. Have you noticed I haven't doubted my memory in a while, Jack?
I've noticed you don't doubt yourself very often.
When I was still taking gabapentin, I doubted my memory all the time.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just assume you're
Say
right.
that you're
It's easier that way.
And I was.
life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography. There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today.
Do your doctors follow the law better than the ones there? Because there was no one, she did not die in transit, you fucking lying piece of shit. Why do they have to lie about it?
Because they can, and they know they're never getting called out on it.
That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said.
No, Donald Trump has been very consistent. It should be up to the states.
Yep. He has repeatedly said it's a states' rights issue.
And this is something going back before Roe got overturned that I said often. I was for the repeal of Roe because Roe never should have been decided by the court. But personally, in my state, I would be for banning abortion. I'm okay with it. That doesn't mean that California, I think it's as close to murder as you can get without us just admitting it's murder, Jack.
Yeah.
But as long as they want to have the scientific discussions about it, fine. You guys kill your kids. We'll keep ours alive.
About what's happening. His running mate, though, does not. And that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world.
It's true.
My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical.
No, they want full birth abortion.
Yeah.
Pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education.
Stop fucking.
Stop using abortion as your birth control. Condoms are not that expensive.
I'm just being honest here. I do not understand women who get pregnant like that all the time. If this is like the big worry that they have, they don't seem all that worried about it very often.
Yeah.
Because if I was that worried about something, I wouldn't do it.
Destroy their relationships, and we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
They keep bringing up fertility treatments in a discussion about throwing away children.
Yep.
That's where we are as Americans.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say, man.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women.
You are pro-abortion. If you were pro-women, your party wouldn't have just voted to keep rapists in the country.
Yeah.
Pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not.
Do you believe that men who knock up a woman should be able to walk away without ever paying anything for that child if she has it? You're pro-freedom, right?
Pro-freedom when it matters to them.
Dangerous, thank you. This should be a decision between a woman and her doctor. Kermit Gosnell was a doctor for some women, just saying. Something actually written in the Declaration of Independence, the right to life. Well, just for the record, the Declaration is not law of the land. But the 10th Amendment absolutely is.
Be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care.
You brought up Amber. She didn't have a miscarriage. She aborted her child, and the side effect you guys never tell women about that happens way too often is the baby doesn't actually come out and it can kill them. You know, this thing that they're so worried about, Jack.
Oh, yeah. Well,
tell me about how pro women you are when you don't have that plastered across the pill. I have to be told about low birth weights to smoke, but a chick who could literally die within a few days because a dead baby's rotting in her, we'll keep that a secret.
Well, I mean, if you tell them, then they'll know. And knowing is half the battle.
To not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children.
I just also want to remind people, the doctors have not come out and said that they didn't operate on Amber because of the law. That was written in the ProPublica thing, and everybody's just run with it. The doctors refused to comment.
Yep.
And giving them options. Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all.
You're absolutely pro-abortion.
You're pro-freedoms for women to make their choices. And we're...
Which choices? What choice? What choice are you pro them making? Come on, say it. Say it, you little liar.
And Kamala Harris is making the case to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
Well, maybe they should move to a state where they can gut their children. I mean, what?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law.
Oh, JD. All right, drop the ball there. Maybe he picks it up later, but the big point with the Amber thing there is that he just fucking lied about it repeatedly. What happened there had nothing to do with the law in Georgia. Go read the fucking law.
Yeah, I don't know. Real fast. Thank you, Furry Kitten. They are only pro women. They can't tell you what one is without upsetting the Rainbow Mafia and probably triggering another tranny festo.
True.
Sadly, very true.
The statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
that's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice
That's 100. That is 100% true.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, if that's not what it says, how come the doctors in the 5 cases that happened, I want to say it was in 2020, how come none of them were prosecuted?
Abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me.
You literally kept track of it. You took out the reporting requirement. Doctors used to be required to report on born alive. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sure Nora's going to fact check this at the end, right?
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah, right.
What was that?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting against, that's been misread, and it was fact checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this: just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place.
I hate this. Sorry, people keep telling me to just let him talk. What are you new here?
Yeah, it's like day one shit, guys. Come on.
I saw this argument on Twitter the other day. Just mind your own business. Should we do that with all things that involve children?
Like tattoos and doing heroin?
If Joe Biden's face fucking his daughter in the shower, should we just ignore that because it's none of my business?
Well, they would say yes.
Mind your own business. You're talking about the death of a child. That's what you're talking about here. And not even an abortion in this case. We're talking about the child is actually born alive. It is alive. It is a human. It is a person. It's not a clump of cells. It is a baby. And you're talking, mind your own business. You are a horrible fucking person.
No, he's an evil person.
You're talking about a baby dying cold on a fucking gurney where nobody's even paying any attention to it in its last moments of life because you let a baby just lay there and you tried killing it and it didn't work. And your answer is mind your business.
Yeah, that's fucking evil. That's just straight up evil.
God damn. All right.
When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals. They get early.
They were allowed to die on the table. Did you give them a last meal? Ask them what they wanted? He's trying to make this just strictly about abortion instead of the actual topic at hand, and it's going to send me into a fucking spiral.
Yeah, I can hear your blood boiling right now.
You don't get to pull the fetus clump of cells bullshit. You're talking about a baby that was delivered. You tried to kill it and you missed. He Donald Trumped your ass. He stepped aside.
Us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals. They get early childhood education. They get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate.
Yeah, I don't know what I was supposed to be waiting there for the good part of his answer. I mean, he called him out, but it's not going to get checked in any meaningful manner. So he just got to tell his lie again.
Yeah, poorly.
We'll be right back. I like how they didn't show the CBS ads.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms.
Oh, boy. Real quick. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Are they going to address JD's infidelity scandal? Because all I see on camera are Vance and 3 of his bitches. By the way, what's the difference between Tim's wife's boyfriend and a painter? The painter gets paid while he coats walls. Yeah. I mean, no lies detected.
So Nora's decided to start this part off with a lie.
Yeah, look, the questions have been by and large questionable. So
Yeah.
the way they phrase a lot of these to especially to JD are at best questionable.
Cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first...
Okay, you laid out your bullshit. How many, because you had to bring up the AR-15, right? How many of the kids and teens supposedly, all dying from gun violence died from an AR-15?
11.
Like with all gun stats, they've just thrown the suicide rate in there with it.
Oh, of course. Yeah,
And
pad those numbers.
Those are typically done with handguns. But anyway, go ahead with your dumbass question, Nora.
Real quick. Thank you, JB, for the generous donation. It's not guns that kill people. They were all killed by death. Motorhead starts playing.
FL, thank you so much. Ballless Walls here is only talking to one side here. How is he actually helping to get more votes where they need it? He's not. The Democrat strategy for this election is abortion, 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 abortion. And he just did his job there. He was allowed to lie repeatedly about it. Not even close to a fact check from these two fucking whores on the dais. So in that case, anybody was like, oh my God, I might need to scrape a kid out. Maybe he got him on their side.
Yeah, his job is not to actually win anyone over. It's to staunch the bleeding.
Yes. It is to try not to make things worse.
Which I don't think he's doing a very good job of, by the way.
No.
The parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, for the record, there's a couple of cases where I think, parents should, not necessarily for murder, but could be held accountable for, endangerment, recklessness, that kind of shit, which is what they were found guilty of.
Well, they knew their kid was a little off kilter and they bought him a gun. That's poor parenting.
Like that last shooter we heard about. I mean, his dad bought him a gun after the police had been at the house over him threatening a school.
Yeah.
And you know what would really make him feel better? A gun. Yeah, but not in the way you think, Dad.
They make me happier.
But just in general, that whole notion is stupid. It is a case by case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid's...
He's exactly right. The details matter.
Yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no, and the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to...
Yes and no. You have to understand, JD, that when they say gun violence, they throw in the suicide stat. That is important to bring up.
Yeah.
Because this horrible trend of school shootings is not even the trend that they're making it out to be. The vast majority of children, the overwhelming majority, the statistically relevant majority of children will go to school from K through 12 and never have to go through a gun incident.
Yep.
Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns.
Well, in fairness, those are just ones that Obama had sold to the Mexicans. So, I mean, they were still American guns.
They're Fast and Furious guns.
Run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter.
The Sandy Hook parents all spent time in your office in Congress?
That's kind of weird.
They were like, hey, I want to talk to that rando from Minnesota.
He probably invited them over.
It probably came during his Tiananmen trip.
Oh, yeah, that could have happened.
All right. Sorry. I'm sorry. I do not believe that they were in his office unless they were invited. Unless he was like, I need a photo op in case I run for governor.
I mean, that would not surprise me at all.
Well, their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment.
I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. Did he just say that Kamala's a hunter?
I think he's saying that she owns guns because she did claim that.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to say. And instead he said she was a hunter, which if there's a dick around, she is hunting for it. But I don't think that's what we're talking about.
Is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that
What do you mean you can't do research on gun violence? It's on the front page of newspapers.
No, they're preventing it somehow.
We should just live with it. And I here's what I do
you
think.
Lying
this is we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it. And here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things.
It's almost like guns aren't the problem. Do you think that's the point he was meaning to make?
No, I think what he was saying is it's because they're all white.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's it. I mean, he is a Democrat.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's trying to express there, but they have lots of guns and they don't have this problem. That tells me guns aren't the issue.
Dude, I've spent the majority of this stream trying to figure out what the fuck this man is saying. So
this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, sorry, Dangerous. I missed this. Thank you so much. I would refute mind your own business by pointing to things like kitty fiddling. Then I remember I'm talking to Democrats. Hell, their president showered with his daughter when it wasn't appropriate. True.
Facts. Yeah.
And remember,
absolutely.
The child knew it wasn't appropriate.
And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger.
How'd the gun violence in California do under Kamala?
Yeah. I'm glad she knows that it's there, but she didn't really seem to achieve anything.
Yeah, I mean, when it came to stopping illegals, you pointed to her record, even though it didn't actually stop illegals.
Yeah.
She worked on this. Doesn't really work if you don't have a and made it better, you know?
Yeah, you need a success rate. Not just I did some stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing came of it, but I did some stuff.
Hunter Biden, thank you. Tim just misspoke. He meant to say she's been with Hunter. Fair.
Ew. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but ew.
And say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. So. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you.
Yeah, because you can't unfuck the pregnant lady, right?
Yeah.
We can't just go back in time, and getting rid of guns isn't really going to stop anything. It's just going to change the kinds of violence. I think it was even Tim Walz I saw talking about how you could go in and get a gun and just shoot somebody and like you realize you could do that with a knife, right?
It's probably easier to sneak a knife into a school too.
And thank you, Flint, who says hello, Monkey Jack. Hello, thank you. That is very, very kind. That's very kind. You took me off my rant, damn you. You don't even need to have ID to buy a knife, Jack.
No, not in this country. Maybe in the UK.
You can go in and buy a nice set of knives. Can anybody tell me the gun policy that they're proposing that would have stopped any of these shootings? Because nobody's ever answered that question. They want to talk about, we got to stop the school shootings. We got to get rid of AR-15s. The one that kicked this all off, Columbine, where you guys decided to make heroes out of two fucking murderers.
Yeah.
They didn't have an AR.
Nope. They had shotguns and pistols.
Pistols,
mostly.
yeah. if you really want to curb the gun violence, what you really need to do is outlaw handguns. Why'd you guys drop that one?
Because they know that one's never going to go through.
The overwhelming majority of all kinds of shooting is handguns.
Yep.
Long guns, which includes your ARs, it's like less than 200 a year. Out of 33 million people, or 330 million people. Statistically irrelevant.
Thank you, Governor. You previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah,
because he took those weapons into war.
I carried them in the war on retardation.
Sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the
Wait,
NRA.
what? Dial that back about 5 seconds. Did you hear that?
Did he just say what I think he said?
Yes, he did. He absolutely just said that.
Opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
There's your quote for the night. He became friends with school shooters.
I became friends with school shooters.
To quote Kyle's mom, what?
What?
I mean, wow, talk about gaffes. Holy shit, that takes the cake. That's Biden levels of fuck up.
I became friends with school shooters. All right, Jack, on that moment, I need to run to the restroom. Can you talk to the folks for a minute, and then we'll get back into this?
I'm a little fuzzled right now, because that is one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. I mean, there's screw-ups, and then there's screw-ups. Maybe that's the war he was talking about. I don't know. Fuck me, we did hear that right when we watched it. Subscribe. I don't think he lied either. Investigate him. That's a good point, Dustin. I like where your head's at. Oh my God. Thank you all, by the way, for coming out and watching this. I know these streams are very, very long, but you guys are real troopers to stick with it. You guys talked about the quotes you wanted to see all over Twitter. This is what's taking over from tonight. Yeah, absolutely. I can absolutely see why. That clip should be in advertisements too. He missed a whole sentence there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. This is absolutely bonkers. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming out. I see there's 350 some people here. You guys are awesome. I called JD the woo-woo kid. He can melt a heart and make a room swoon. Oh, yeah, I mean, I suppose I could see that. Especially if you stand him next to Tim Pond here, the dum-dum. I mean, look at that pause. That dude just looks confused. My friend and I did the same thing. We were like, wait, what? And had to rewind. Wow. Oh, Trump posted something in response. All right, let me see if I can open this. My computer's really running down, guys. It's on its last leg, so everything I do is super fucking slow.
Sorry about that. It's just
no,
been
you're
almost
good.
4 hours, and I've been drinking this whole time.
You've been drinking?
Not the right kind of drinking.
Yeah, I kind of want to start drinking again. Wow.
Sure.
That just blows my mind. Everybody's saying this is what's taken over Twitter.
I imagine so, because that is a hell of a gaffe.
Can you scroll up and see what Dangerous posted there? Because Donald Trump had a response to this. I'm saving into my meme folder right now.
Yeah, toss it up there real fast. There you go. Not friends with school shooters. Well played.
I hope they have actual yard signs like that available.
That's I mean, I wonder if he told the Sandy Hook folks that he was friends with school shooters.
Maybe that's why they wanted to see him. Be like, what the fuck, dude?
Wow, that is a hell of a gaffe, man. Seriously.
Oh man, that is seriously Biden levels. That is awesome. Wow.
Dangerous, thank you. So the way to combat people ignoring gun laws and murder laws is introduce more laws for them to ignore. Law-abiding citizens follow the laws. Why does the same dumb Aussie smut have to explain this? They have it in their heads that they all you got to do is get the right law and criminals will no longer be criminals. I don't know why. It's never made any goddamn sense to me. But then again, I'm not friends with school shooters.
Yeah. Cougar Knife pointed out that we missed Walls nodding along in agreement when Vance blamed Kamala for the border.
I saw that mentioned in chat. Yeah, I meant to go back and look and forgot. All right.
Can we hear that one more time?
Absolutely.
Change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
I'm pretty sure he meant victims of school shooters.
He did. But he first mentions I spoke to the family of the dead children and follows that with I became friends with school shooters. Was it meeting with the Sandy Hook parents that made you want to become friends with school shooters?
I mean,
because that would be dark.
That would be really dark.
Careful, man. Alex Jones got sued for less than that. All right.
I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where
they still
my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today.
Wait, you took a gun to school and didn't shoot up your class? He's making quite the argument that guns don't kill people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was friends with school shooters and he admits taking guns to school. So, I mean, I don't know what to say anymore.
Maybe he's like, how did you get up the nerve?
And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic.
Maybe you should arrest those kids.
Arrest their corpses, apparently. Maybe we should find out the root causes, huh?
Of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should.
Just since everybody's going through their family, my brother killed himself, Jack, when he was 17, a month after his 17th birthday. He hung himself in the bathroom of the restaurant that he worked at. Didn't even need a gun. You know why? Because the issue isn't guns, dickhead.
Yeah, there's a lot of other causes other than guns for why people commit suicide.
And if you take away one way, they will find another.
Yep.
We're not talking about the little Tumblr kids. I cut myself. No, people who are really determined will find a way.
Look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think
he didn't say it did.
Nobody said that. That's a total straw man argument.
He wasn't demonizing people with mental health.
No.
Oh my God, you disgusting prick. No wonder you're friends with school shooters.
Oh shit. Look, there is a lot about mental health that can be addressed, but people need to realize that there's not the stigma there used to be on that. He's just building up straw men and knocking them down. I don't understand what the.
Well, because if you address the matter honestly, he has to admit that JD's right here.
Yeah.
And even JD said it's not just a mental health thing. No, a lot of it is a parenting issue.
A
lot of it is how we raise children these days.
Yeah.
All right.
I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's
it's not.
No, it's
not.
That's the complete wrong answer here.
He's given us two examples, his own examples of one, himself taking guns to school, And Finland, everybody having guns, proving that it's not the fucking guns.
So you're saying it's the guns?
It's the guns. School shooter told him that.
It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributors.
Those two idiots need to stop thanking each other.
But they're like, we're the coolest ever.
Thank you, Nora. Fuck off.
You, Nora. You look so pretty in that dress. That's a smart suit.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and
what?
I guess we're transitioning into housing.
The top cause of inflation is housing. All right.
Rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and
there's a shortage of 4 million homes. Kamala's plan is to build 3 million, so that will totally make everything all right.
Oh, here's an idea. Why don't we deport that 20 million illegals, and then we won't have a housing crisis?
No, in that case, we would have probably several million empty units. It would look like Detroit.
Yeah.
All right.
See, I just solved the homeless crisis.
You are fucking amazing, my friend.
I try to live up to your expectations, buddy.
Appreciate it.
And rent.
All right.
There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing crisis. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment.
Wait a second. Is she suggesting there's 4 million homeless Americans? And actually more than that, because remember, each unit can have more than one person in it. So 4 million homeless families?
That's kind of what I got out of it.
That's entirely due to the high cost of housing and a lack of housing. I mean, I'm just trying to make sure I understand her question correctly, because it's not making sense so far.
A lot of this debate has made no sense. So your guess is as good as mine, man.
Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this. This issue of...
It's not handing out? What do you...
How does he define handout?
Oh, this is painful.
Housing. And I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those listening tonight, that's a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And
what the fuck is he talking about?
Where the fuck did that come from?
I don't know.
I guess to him, Jewish people don't live in houses.
I mean, it's kind of what it sounded like to me.
Only Christians have houses, and only Christians who celebrate Christmas at home. Not the Jehovah's Witnesses. Sorry, guys, you're not actually living in a house.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on his entire answer here. I thought it was me. Like, maybe I wasn't listening correctly or something, but you seem to be having a similar issue here.
I'm beginning to see why both Kamala and Tim have been kept off TV.
Yeah, he's retarded too.
He's blaming investors. Well, Faithless, there is a point to some of these conglomerates that have been buying up houses and just massively jacking up rent on them in certain areas. And this is something we've talked about before. I don't know what the answer is there. because I believe in a free market, but I also believe that they're detrimental to just good human decency, I guess is the word I'm looking for here.
Yeah.
It is absolutely a problem, but the reason they're allowed to do that, the reason that it works is because there is a shortage of housing. We've been dealing with the basic housing shortage since before the bubble burst on the housing market. When before all of that happened, we were in a place where we just did not have enough homes, and there were tons of articles and stuff written about it. And then they start forcing people into homes, which just drove up the prices astronomically. And combined with the subprime mortgage bullshit that they were pulling, it was a recipe for disaster. And they're actually starting to push us back into that same kind of nonsense. You want to fix this problem? Get rid of the regulations. Stop making people do a fucking environmental survey to see if a goat fucking frog lives in the area. Stop calling swamps wetlands. I mean, you can't live there because occasionally a snake nobody gives a shit about slithers through.
Yeah, you're right. But they don't want to talk about any of that. They don't want to address actual problems. One of the problems that we're seeing is that there is no affordable housing. They're building like $500,000 houses instead of like $150,000 houses. You know, those what did AP call them? Prefab houses that are basically like glorified trailers without the wheels.
Yeah, modular homes. Yeah,
modular homes. Thank you. There's nothing wrong with living in one of those. Some of them are really nice.
The problem with them is a lot of the stuff inside is cheap and you need to replace it as soon as you can.
Yeah.
The structure itself is typically sound, but there's a lot of corners that get cut in there.
Yeah. But
Frosted, thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Let me get this. Frosted, thank you so much. This is Hello Fellow Christians, patronizing as fuck. Yes, it is.
Absolutely. There's a lot to be said for encouraging people to make lower end housing, you know, for affordable housing that people can actually buy.
Yeah.
So we don't talk about that though. They just talk about it in these kind of nebulous, vague terms, but they're not building inexpensive houses. They're building $500,000 houses because they make more money on those.
Thank you, Tyrai. I benefited from the illegals when I took over the lease for this apartment. My rent was barely raised because of a local horror story of two illegals signing a lease in a local city, and they found 15 people in it, and the city is suing the owner. Fuck.
Wow.
Of course. Anyway, but yeah, there's actually a lot of things that are compounding the housing issue right now.
Yeah.
But Walls wants to pretend it's just speculative buying, which it's not. That's part of it. A big part of it is 40 million people who shouldn't fucking be here. Sorry, it's 11 million depending on the day.
Yeah, it depends on what stat you're looking at, but that number is way higher than 11 million. There's no way you have that kind of failed border control and the number isn't vastly higher.
If that number wasn't vastly higher, they wouldn't be moving 20,000 Haitians into Springfield, Ohio.
Exactly.
Anyway.
You've been to Springfield? It's fucking dump.
I'm sure it is now.
One of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look.
Can you show me the part of the Constitution that allows the federal government to build housing?
No. Doesn't exist.
We can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back. and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with
the state can get some of it back. Mostly it's through your property taxes, which are paid at the city level or your county level. And then the state isn't having to pay for things like schools and stuff. So you can make kind of that thing. On the federal level, there is no return. There's no return. And we're not talking about just making it so people don't have a down payment. You're talking about giving them $25,000 and a $10,000 write-off. But don't worry. Minneapolis is totally the bomb. I don't even know what his point was there.
I have no idea.
with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school.
I lived in subsidized housing, Jack, and my neighbor lived there before I did and after I left. So he had stable housing, didn't have a job the whole fucking time.
Why would he need a job?
Stable housing leads to a stable job. No, it doesn't.
Not at all. No. The more government hands out, the more people take it. And they don't actually want to do work. Because why would you work if you're getting free shit?
He's just spouting nonsensical lines.
Yeah.
All of those things in the long.
Thank you, Tyrai. Did Walls forget that the government fucked the rental market by saying people didn't have to pay landlords for 2 years? Oh, no, we're just going to sweep that under the rug. The VA home loan is garbage. It only works if no one is buying houses. That sounds right. I tried to use it, and the red tape made it useless. Well, that's the VA for you, because that's all it is administration. They don't actually want to give out any money, because then they can't keep it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tyra.
Long run, end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but
natural affordable housing.
I don't know what that means, but it's a weird
phrase. Does this motherfucker think you plant a house seed?
Maybe. I mean, you water it and then it grows.
Natural affordable housing. Yeah, caves. Evolved potato. That is the this guy's a fucking idiot.
You just described a cave, sir. Yeah, natural affordable housing. Because I'm a communist, and that's how this works, right?
Natural affordable housing. Wow. All right.
Is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Oh, he's got a spit bubble on his bottom lip. Lick it off, dude.
Ugh. No, I didn't notice that, and I wish you hadn't pointed it out. That's fucking gross.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks.
We don't need to seize federal land to buy or to build homes. We need to get rid of all the federal land.
Yeah, it's already government property, so the government isn't really seizing the government.
Yeah,
they're just going to sell that land. That's how that's phrased, I think.
And cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And
on federal land, it was in your question.
Yeah, that's a stupid fucking question. Is she saying what land? I have an idea. Why don't we build it where people live
on the
like
ground?
Yeah, on those things people call what's that word? Towns. Jesus Christ.
It was in her question. You said you're going to seize federal land to build homes. Where are you going to build homes? Where are you going to get the land to build homes?
It's a stupid question.
Oh God. Let nature build it?
yeah, we're gonna let nature take its course.
Stop being funnier than me. All right.
Prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide?
How come Walls didn't get where you going to build the 3 million homes you promised?
Because you know why.
As far as I know, the Trump administration hasn't given a number on how many homes they're going to build. Instead, what they're saying is that they're going to open up federal lands to sell so people can build their homes there.
Yeah.
So why is he getting the question that Walls should have got?
You know why. Come on now.
Tyree, thank you. There are more illegal immigrants, the military members that are serving and that have served. Definitely an invasion. 20 million military to how many illegals? Well, hopefully your military is a little bit stronger so you can just overwhelm them even if they have bigger numbers. But point taken.
Yeah.
Provide immediate relief. You have 2 minutes.
Well, wait, okay, and oh God, I'm going to let her get through her whole question, and then I'm going to freak out.
Prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief?
What part of Walls' plan that he talked about is immediate? How is building 3 million homes immediate relief? Do you think you can just pour water on a house seat and they'll pop up too? It's not the Smurfs, motherfucker. We're not living in a giant dildo.
I think they lived in mushrooms, but
those are mushrooms. They look like a dick.
Yeah, they might have been dicks. Real quick, thank you, the Lorax, who says, I know where the house seeds grow.
He didn't get asked, how are you going to help immediately? Giving people $25,000 isn't going to be immediate if you have a 4 million housing shortage. But how are you going to do it immediately? Yours has to be right now.
Yeah, clearly.
God, these questions are such shit.
Oh, they're very tailored.
You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants.
Bro, do not agree with anything Tim said.
Yeah, Tim's retarded. Try not to agree with him, dude.
He's friends with school shooters.
That's true.
For higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim.
Passing the bill would have done what to the people who've already come in, Tim?
Oh, well, you have to pass it to see how it works. Right? That's how this works?
25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of...
Can I also point out, I love that he's saying illegal aliens.
Yeah.
He's not migrants, none of that nonsense. He's saying it in the right terminology. The legal terminology, by the way.
Yeah, accurate.
Ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable.
That was a nice slap. And I'm glad I'm glad he keeps bringing it up. Keep reminding everybody that she's not doing any of this shit now.
Yeah, if she's so interested in doing this stuff, she should be doing it already.
I'll help you if you elect me. Remember, Biden told us the other day, basically, he turned over the reins to her.
Yep.
Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
And that was actually a good answer. I do wish, though, that he would have brought up all the unnecessary regulations.
Yeah, it was still a pretty solid answer, though.
Yeah, and he did, again, he keeps doing this where he gives an answer and then he'll answer the question, which at least I appreciate he answers the question. But his answer there is one that if you can get prices down immediately, especially on fuel, yeah, you will bring down the cost of a ton of goods.
Yeah.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah, Governor, we will get to you in a moment, but Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
We don't have a specific one in mind. That's all.
Yeah, that would have been a better answer. But
yeah, we have to review.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fine, but we need to review all of. There's so much federal land; it's going to take a review to see which ones we're going to use.
Yeah,
I don't know if Americans realize how much land the federal government, I'm using air quotes, owns.
It's the majority of the state of Nevada.
It's a large portion of California.
Yeah.
We should not be owning anything that is not a strategic thing. And yes, that goes for national parks too. National parks, I get the idea, but let states do that shit. It should no, that's our land. We decided because we're a bunch of pricks.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course,
you've already let him address that. Literally, you have said that same fucking sentence to him.
They're going to let him address it again.
Not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office, but it's
what?
He's trying to say that more illegals came in under Trump.
No, he very specifically said when he left office. You know why, Jack? Because it wasn't just when Biden took over as president on January 20th of 2021 that the immigration surge started. It was when he was declared the winner.
No, look, your hate facts. They have no place here, monkey.
So as the illegals are like, ooh, this guy won't kick us out and started coming in, he's using that number. He's not going, go back to, let's do pre-COVID, 2019. You're not going to say it's down from there, are you? Because if you would, you're a lying prick.
Well, he's pretty much a lying prick anyway, so I won't put it past him. But real fast, thank you, Tyree. New house builds are thrown up cheaply. There are 5 million homes being put up with OSB instead of plywood sheathing around the external support of the house. In 2 years, the owners have to pay someone to fix their new house.
Yep.
That's depressing.
That's one of the problems that the modular homes we talked about earlier has is it's the building materials. The foundational part of it, the structure is typically sound. but like the walls inside aren't drywall.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's paneling or whatever that other cheap shit is that they use. A lot of times uh, the sinks and bathtubs have to be repaired, usually replaced before too long because they're made out of thin plastic instead of a thick plaster or porcelain. Yeah.
Wow.
It'll give you a place to live and you take care of it as best you can, but as you go, you replace what you can as soon as you can. Anyhow,
again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land.
There are tons of pieces of American land that aren't used for anything. It's just land the government has decided is theirs. Millions and millions of acres.
Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't.
I just heard don't move to Minneapolis.
I heard that as soon as I found out this guy's the governor.
I learned that lesson in 2020.
Understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota.
Okay, I hate to stop there because this is probably one of those things I shouldn't stop over. Who the fuck cares deeply about federal parks?
The missing 411 researchers?
I guess them, sure. But seriously, have you ever been sitting around your house and just gone, man, I hope the federal parks are doing okay?
I try not to really dwell on shit that is A, out of my control, and B, I'm never going to go to. Like, I'm sure all of Yellowstone is pretty, but I might see a couple acres of it.
And again, it doesn't require federal land management for that. The states can do it.
You would think
But
so.
I've never once been, I don't care about the parks. I'm going to be honest with you. I've never once been like, oh my God, what would happen if the redwoods disappeared? I don't give a shit.
Well, I mean, we do have to worry about the super volcano underneath Yellowstone going off. It's overdue.
I don't believe anybody else is either. I don't believe that Timmy here cares deeply about federal park. And maybe he fucks a tree. I don't know. His wife does look rather wooden, but
that's where the bodies are buried.
This is the kind of stupid shit people say because you're supposed to. I care about I don't give a fuck about the parks.
I just don't think about them. I mean, if it comes up, like you hear about people dying in like the hot springs and because they wandered off the trail or whatever, you're for 10 seconds, you're like, oh, that kind of sucks. And then you go back to not thinking about it.
Yeah. When Yellowstone had that massive flooding that came through, like, oh, that sucks for them. But the park I didn't really care.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see some of them, but that's about it.
If I was going on vacation there and it changed my plans, I might care for a little bit.
Yeah.
But like, ooh, woods. Oh, let's go to this. Oh, more woods. Let's go to that one that's a giant hole. Oh, look, it is a giant hole.
I think I'd be more inclined to be like, where's the hotel near the park?
Yeah.
Because I'm old. I'm not built for camping anymore.
I care deeply about federal parks. Really?
I mean, who says that?
I care deeply about my family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And his family with him is on par with the Grand Canyon. Again, I've never seen his wife naked, so maybe there's a correlation. But I don't believe you care deeply about the parks, dude.
We protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people.
Where are you building your 3 million houses, dick?
Um, maybe he's just gonna build like those Soviet-style apartment complexes that are like 20 stories up, like the one that burned down in the UK. Remember that
Oh
that
yeah.
big fire? Maybe he's doing that sort of thing, building up instead of out.
You still need land for the foundational part of it?
No, they'll just eminent domain some rich people stuff.
Oh, you mean take land?
Yeah, steal it. Colonize it, as the kids would say.
For that, I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor.
Which economists are saying that a rise in demand is driving up prices? Probably the ones that know what the fuck they're talking about.
Nah, those people don't know nothing.
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are?
I thought we weren't fact checking.
All right, let's just do just simple math here. You move 20,000 Haitians into Springfield, 20,000 of a city that was only 60,000. You've increased the population by a third. Do you think that had nothing to do with housing scarcity and therefore the simple economic principle of supply and demand?
Yeah, you see, Monkey, the science has been settled. There's a consensus that migrants are the bestest ever, and they didn't do nothing.
I don't understand how you can even try to make the point she's trying to make here. Do you have this is the equivalent of these fucking assholes on Twitter? Like, do you have a study for that? What evidence do you have? This is what Vance said very early on. They have PhDs, but no common sense.
Yep.
If you have economic professors and writers and scholars out there going, yes, increasing the population by 10% has zero effect on housing, you should never fucking listen to them about anything ever.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, that is really what they're conveying here.
How can you go to Walz's point about what economic people said that and be discounting the very notion of the fundamentals of economics?
Matt, you see, I'm going to need to tour your lab before I agree with you.
God damn.
Are part of this problem.
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course,
he's nodding along. Droopy dog over here is nodding along like, yeah.
He's just watching Vance's hand like a kitty cat watching a ball bounce.
You shouldn't need a fucking study to tell you that if you increase the population in an area, it drives up prices, especially on rent. That is basic.
You would think so, but here we are.
Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris.
Thank you.
Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes.
I get what he's doing there, and it's not really the right way to do it, because he's tying it all to Kamala, but it's not just Kamala. This is Democrats, this is liberals, this is their thinking, and that's where you really should point that you could say Kamala and the regime that thinks this kind of stuff, the liberal thinking behind this. Kamala did not invent this regulatory system we have. It predates her by quite a bit, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And that really needs to be drilled in, because this isn't just about the presidency. All House seats are up. A third of the Senate is up. And if you like, well, I don't like Kamala, but you still vote for a fucking dumbass Democrat to be your senator, you got no room to bitch when the regulatory state doesn't go away. Now, granted, if you vote Republican, you probably don't either, because they're fucking pussies who won't do anything. But at least they paid lip service.
I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that.
The EPA has environmental regulations for buildings, so don't even pretend.
In some cases, many of those are local. Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk
you were
regulations,
a congressman, man. You helped pass some of those. What are you talking about? Wasn't he a congressman for like 20 years?
I don't know. I'm
get rid of
dumber for watching this.
I actually learned something in this. So technically, I am smarter. I did not know he was friends with school shooters before this.
I didn't either. Or that JD Vance could somehow do the John Krasinski and look at the camera knowingly. Yeah. I thought that was just on TV that people could break the fourth wall like that, but apparently that's an actual thing.
Would they have let Vance interrupt walls like that? No.
And
they sure as hell wouldn't have made his next thing. You go ahead and you just do that.
I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
So you don't know any of them, but Congress writes them, and you were a member of Congress. I am sitting here with my mouth just wide open, trying to express this in the best way possible. How the fuck did Kamala pick this guy?
I don't know, because I mean, let's face it. Shapiro was a way better choice, but he's Jewish.
At this point, Biden's a better choice. At least he has an excuse.
Yeah, I know. This dude's dumb. I've been telling you, man. He's just stupid.
This guy's a retard.
Yeah. It's shocking how dumb he is, too, because he's been on the government dole by doing government work for decades.
Thank you, Dangerous. He was a congressman for 12 years, not 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Furry Kitten. To be honest, that would trump a hell of a lot more when it comes to construction and building projects. To be honest, if he hadn't gone political, he probably would have been #1 name in both parties' hats as a consultant or a no-name brand to garner support for such a scheme. That's a good point. And as a business real estate guy especially, I would definitely put Trump way above most of these other clowns.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have a lot to get through. Your passion.
Every time he goes to talk, every time.
We got a lot to talk about. Shut up. Shut up, JD, you bitch. You're my bitch, JD.
About the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance.
That can't be. Obamacare fixed that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's Obamacare.
The last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing.
this sucks. Okay. I know nobody likes to hear this, but people with pre-existing conditions pay more because they use insurance more. It's just like if you have car insurance and you repeatedly rear end people and your insurance has to keep paying, your rate's going to go up because you're the one using the insurance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a rough fact of life. And the older you get, the more conditions you have.
Existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill, but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
I don't care about a thing he just said, honestly.
No, I was dozing off listening to
I
that
zoned out.
rambling mess.
Zoned out. Donald Trump did better on healthcare. That's all you said. The inflation rate was much lower. The inflation on medicine, on healthcare in general, went up about 1.5%, which is consistent with what inflation was for the time, where he said Kamala's has gone up 7%, which is actually low for the Obama administration, or sorry, the Biden administration, to only be 7% up in inflation.
Yeah.
So we should give him a pat on the back for that.
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there.
An 18 blickety 2.
Here's where being an old guy gives you some history. Is that folksy charm there?
Yes, it's supposed to be folksy charm.
It sounded stupid as shit. Because
it was stupid as shit. Because he's stupid as shit.
Once again, Tim, linear time gives you history.
Yeah, you're old. That just you've been around long. That's all you said right there.
If somebody explains linear time to this man, his head is going to fucking explode.
Yeah, probably.
At the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state.
Wait, didn't you tell me he was elected in... When was he elected?
Fuck, I don't know.
You say 2010?
Maybe. This is going to be another Tiananmen Square moment for him.
Well, I mean, if he was elected if he started in 2010, I mean, that is where Obamacare gets passed, but it had already been being drawn up before that. All right.
State, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley. 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On
specifically the individual mandate, because to repeal the whole thing, he'd need Congress.
Yeah.
So at least be honest.
day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have.
ACA should have been overturned, and the Supreme Court pulled some bullshit where Roberts both agreed and dissented in an unprecedented move to push that shit through.
Yeah, and did they bullshit their way through it to begin with by calling it a tax when it wasn't?
No, they originally said it wasn't a tax when Republicans were saying, hey, this is a tax. This is going to be a tax. So, no, it's not. And then when they got to the Supreme Court, they claimed it was a tax, and that's why they had the ability to do it. That was specifically for the individual mandate, yeah. And that's why it should have been shot down.
Yeah.
Repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill.
Oh,
John McCain fucked everybody on that because he was a cowardly cunt.
Yeah, John McCain was a douchebag. I reach across the aisle.
Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football?
If you have asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Apparently, he's only speaking to Democratic, using air quotes, women.
Yeah. You're probably not a real woman anyway. You fraud. But I have a vagina. Shut up.
Kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated.
They're not kids at 26.
They're a kid as long as they say so.
Drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because
you probably don't want to talk about things said in a debate cracking people up, homie.
Yeah, Mr. Friends of School Shooters.
This ain't the time, dude. Ain't the time.
Dumbass.
Said, I've got a concept of a plan. It cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be.
What is he talking? My kids would never give me that. The concept of a plan?
I think he's saying they would have given a better answer, maybe. I don't know. He's not making a ton of sense here.
No, he's just trying to take a shot at Trump.
Yeah, it's not working because this is lazy.
It cracked me up because my kids wouldn't give me that. They're too busy getting tampons in the men's room.
Yeah, and sexually transitioning.
Worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies.
Yeah, that's how insurance works.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're healthy, you shouldn't be paying more. That's dumb.
Why should I be paying the same amount for conditions I don't have?
Because the system's unsustainable if you don't. If we don't force it to take it, it'll fall apart.
It's true. It is literally the commodification of healthcare.
Yeah. Yeah. This is
pick who they insure. Why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They're figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor.
His answer didn't even make sense. If you're older and have cancer, they're going to kick you out.
I think he's not being very clear. I think he's saying that their plan is they're going to kick you out. But under, by keeping the ACA, you're covered. He's not explaining this well at all.
All right.
Senator, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have
It's just redundant at this point to point out that the double standard from these fucking moderators.
Yep. And the gibberish that Walz is just vomiting up.
The closest she came to forcing Walz to give an answer was about the Tiananmen Square thing, which he still didn't do.
Yeah, he's been dodging and weaving pretty good.
God damn. I wouldn't say pretty good, because his dodging did lead to, friendships with school shooters.
Yeah, but they're letting him get away with all this stuff.
Yeah, they 100% are.
Laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually...
They were leaving the exchanges once they were allowed to.
Yeah.
And that is the crux of Obamacare. Obamacare was never about covering people who couldn't afford their insurance. Those people were already covered by programs. It was specifically a cash windfall to insurance companies. And the only way to do that was to force people who did not want to buy insurance because they didn't use it, because they're young and healthy, to get it anyway. That is what really happened with Obamacare. The 40 million uncovered people, the overwhelming majority of those were people from 25 to 35 who did not have insurance because they didn't want it. Period.
Helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it.
That wasn't the question.
Dodging, weaving. For a middle-aged, bald, fat man, he dodges and weaves like a professional dodgeball player.
He really does. And Vance, I got to give him credit, because if I was this guy, I would have said that out loud right there. That wasn't the question.
Yeah.
And I would have said it so many times already.
System works. And the question about this of young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
so
what
you
happens
think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works.
See, they're admitting it. They'll never actually just say that. But if the healthy people don't give us their money, we can't cover these other people.
Yeah.
Because that is literally how insurance works. The higher the risk you are, the more likely you are to have to pay out. So we make you pay more. It was nothing but a windfall to the fucking health insurance companies. That's why they let them help write it.
And it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize.
Should people be able to make the choice not to get it? That's the real question.
I think he's answering that right now. No, you have to take it because we said so.
Advise people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck.
Well, now he's turning it into a Social Security program.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not using it now, but you're going to need it later. Well, then I'll pay for it later when I'm using it. How about that?
You're going to need that government crack sooner or later, bucko.
People who might not be able to afford it get there. And we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's the
Democrats are too right-wing to support communism. Not true. They're too cowardly to just do it out in the open.
There for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Wait. She made the ACA better by negotiating prices for Medicare.
Uh-huh.
You just said that out loud.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Sure. I suppose those things are not connected at all, so why not?
Yeah.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for.
In the world? Not in the world, Jack.
In the world. Bang, zoom the world.
This is why they put the two women up there, because this is all about selling this shit to women. For anybody who's wondering, this is feminist crap we're hearing all night. The emphasis she puts on it. Seriously, go back and watch a debate even going back to the first Bush debates. Go watch any of them and compare them to the kind of questions and bullshit we're seeing tonight. And those weren't even good. The Bush ones weren't very well, let's call them unbiased. They were, you can see the bias there, and even they weren't this bad. This is just sad. This is just propaganda.
Developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White.
Before you get to that, you said we have a child care crisis, and then you bring up that we don't have a paid holiday for parents, male and female for some reason, when the child is first born. What do they have to do with each other? Are you suggesting that the only child care crisis we have is the first 6 months of life?
Yes.
White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is.
What is your opinion, though, dickhead?
He wasn't told what his opinion was on this matter.
Look, it's up to Congress, but if it were my choice, 12 weeks. Now, that's not, I'm answering for him. My is that employers don't owe you that shit. They owe you a paycheck for the job you do.
Yeah, that's a perk your employer could offer you. It should not be mandatory.
And if
don't like it, don't get preggers.
If they do offer that, that's awesome. But no, it should not be federally mandated.
No, because that is part of the incentive package for working with the company. Like, you want to work with us because we have all these cool benefits for you.
Mm-hmm.
Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide.
Hang on.
Out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California.
Kamala knows what in California? That you have a bunch of Fortune 500 companies in Minnesota?
I don't know. Does she only know that when she's in California?
How did this guy ever get elected?
Apparently, pickings are slim in what, Wisconsin?
Minnesota.
Minnesota? Whatever. Same state.
Jesus, man.
Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps.
No, they can afford it and it helps them with keeping talent on board. They're just being moral. Whose morals?
Well, remember, this is the same guy that said socialism is just being neighborly.
Yes, true.
So,
he's also the same guy that says he's friends with school shooters.
Yeah. And trans and the kids, I wonder if those are related.
Multiple school shooters, by the way. He used the plural there.
Well, you can't just limit yourself to one friend.
Our employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born.
Why did you have any time off when your kids were born that wasn't a vacation that you'd saved up?
Yeah, you're a man. Get out there and fucking work, dude. Your wife has shit to do. She doesn't want to see your lazy ass around the house all day.
What are you doing? Breastfeeding them like Buttigieg was?
I mean, he probably volunteers to breastfeed other people's kids anyway.
This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off.
Did he really just tell us that family leave helps you stay home?
Yes.
Oh my God.
You didn't know that?
No, that's brand new information to me. Jesus fucking Christ. They really do talk to people like they're retarded.
Yeah, they think everybody's stupid. You're a dummy head, and we're going to talk to you like that because obviously you're dumb.
Let me get this straight. This leave is going to allow me to not leave my house. That's too confusing. Can you explain it again?
I'd like that at a 3rd grade level, please. He's a 4th grade teacher, so clearly he's trying to smarten it up for us regular folks.
Keldrick, thank you. How long should companies pay maternity leave? Well, Kamala was born to middle-class family. Yes.
That's true.
This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority.
You get more consistency in employment if the kid gets a better start.
Yeah, they get indoctrinated better.
Are they on your payroll from being lucky enough not to get vacuumed out?
Only when he's in China.
God bless, man.
Implemented in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what.
Let's scare everyone.
You're being asked about maternity leave. How did you get to imagine if you have cancer?
Stop noticing things.
What?
Man, that looks like he is gonna gum somebody's knob so bad.
The fuck is this guy talking about?
He's all over the place, dude. Whoever did his debate prep shit was bad.
Oh.
What happens? You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set.
Okay, if you have a child and get cancer, you might not get a paycheck. Just be aware of that. Unless you're in Minnesota. He's just babbling.
And fear mongering at the same time.
Christ almighty. All right.
Yeah, faithless. More
for
communism.
the wealthiest amongst us.
Sorry, what did he say?
More communism.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look, I'm not against companies that want to do this. And I do think it's probably a good idea if you want to keep your employees happy. I just don't think it should be mandated.
Yeah, because you'll get a better result. People will compete to companies will compete to give you better deals. Like, oh, they're giving you 6 weeks, we'll give you 12.
Yeah.
Because that's how you lure good employees over. You give them better benefits, higher pay. That's called competition. When the government mandates it, they'll just give you the lowest. They'll be like, well, the government says I got to give you 6 weeks, so I'll just give you 6 weeks. Fuck it. Why would you offer more?
No, we need to be like all of those European countries that wish they were us. All right.
Of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest.
We just have to see that face again.
Amongst us. He's willing to give those.
I want to know what word he wanted to say here. He's willing to give
that
those.
Should be the thumbnail right there, dude.
God bless, man.
Jesus Christ. Look at that picture. JD just looks like he's going to shake his head. That's the face I pictured Tim using through this entire thing is like, it's like a bad sitcom. He cannot. Oh, so angry.
Tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side.
Hey, Timmy, if a business can't afford to offer, let's say it's a small business, Jack, right? They employ 3 people.
Yeah.
They're open 10 hours a day, and those 3 people switch shifts to, cover all 3 of them. And then one of them gets pregnant. And they're barely making things right now, Jack. They're barely running that business, keeping up and everything. How do they give out this family leave and not be affected?
They're just not. They're just not affected, see.
You have to pay still because that's what they're talking about here is paid leave. There's already the Family and Medical Leave Act. The Family Medical Leave Act. So they're specifically talking about paying people money you don't have. Most small businesses can't pull this off. There's a reason he mentioned the Fortune 500 companies. And in chat, somebody mentioned, in the military, they do that. Yeah, you mean where there's unlimited money?
Yeah, where they have billions of dollars to play with.
They can literally print it. The government, print them some more because Sheila needs some time off and her lactating husband does too.
I believe that's called quantitative easing. Not when the dude's nipples are milking, but when they just print money because they can.
This is all stuff that sounds good on paper, but will not work for the majority of businesses. The majority of businesses are not sitting on a shit ton of capital that they're just hoarding in their Scrooge McDuck mansion so that they can keep pregnant ladies right back on the job.
But you got to remember that people like Harrison Walls have never worked in the private sector. They have no idea how anything actually functions.
Oh, no. I mean, he's always been paid by some kind of federal government.
Yeah, there's always
some kind of government.
Always effectively free money just laying around because, China probably writes some checks. I don't know.
again, if you're a company that can afford to do this, by all means, do it. It will make your people. Well, loyalty is not even. I can't even say that because they've destroyed loyalty in working environments too.
Yeah, there's no loyalty anymore.
You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it.
Folks.
All right. I'll just let him keep rambling.
In Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this, we were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is.
So now it's a federal program, not even just a mandate, Jag. The federal government's going to pay for all this shit. Where's that money coming from?
They're going to sell body parts from the babies they're going to kill. The family you want, remember. Not the ones you don't want. You can just carve them out.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to get housing, and somehow that's going to magically make more money.
Somehow.
Is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between.
Stop sucking up to women. All right.
Yeah, it's tiresome.
Nobody did this to women. It's just biology, okay?
Well, and somebody did it to the woman or she won't be pregnant.
And can we just point out that they're not just talking about maternity leave. They want paternity leave too. Ragnar, thank you so much. Crazy fun fact about Scrooge McDuck. He only kept 10% of his money in the vault and the rest was invested and split up. There was a whole episode that had better financial info than school ever taught me. Yeah. Most rich people do not have liquidity. They're not sitting around with billions in the bank. It's in investments. Yeah.
They're rich on paper.
Yep.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care, because look, it is unacceptable. And, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Send women home.
Sandwiches aren't making themselves. Too soon.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this.
Childcare is really expensive.
Maybe. Here's an idea. Plan to have children, like save up money, stuff like that.
I won't take. I remember when my kids were little and just looking at the price of daycare and stuff back then. Fuck. These days it's much higher. Thank you, Biden.
Right?
I don't know that there's an easy answer, and I don't think just throwing the federal government's money at it fixes anything.
That's never fixed anything, ever.
And is it me, or is her makeup really bad?
It seems to be the camera angles, because she shifts from looking like she's an 80-year-old with spackled on makeup to somebody who's actually probably about 40. And if she's 25, I'm going to be really shocked.
Having a child shouldn't be a luxury. Well, what should it be?
President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
That question was all over the place.
It's a bit of a loaded one.
And is Trump committed to Vance's plan? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think he's top of the ticket,
And what Trump was talking about.
Oh, there's the yawning.
Hey, that started a while ago. I've been keeping it in the background here. What Trump was talking about is the same thing we're seeing with housing prices. You bring in all of these illegals and the federal government starts paying for, their child care, the way that we have states paying for their education and all of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see the cost of child care go up because there's an increase in demand. Dumbasses.
What?
How dare he suggest such a thing?
You're talking crazy talk, mister.
And why would... Never mind.
Minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
You didn't make that fucking retard on the right clarify.
He should be like, nope.
Yeah, I would. When he clarifies, I will.
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
I mean, that's part of it. But it's also that these people who are providing that service, that's their job, and they need to be able to pay their bills too. So watching one kid for $1 an hour ain't going to cut it. That's just the reality.
Do you think Walz is going to be like, that's what the illegal immigrants are going to do?
Probably. Why are you demonizing children?
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening to...
Hey, we're promising free money. It's how you get elected.
Right.
tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000
compared to, dickhead, god damn, you're a liar,
or 6,000, that plays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another 4,000 on the family and taking less. So not
what?
To be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is,
now wait for this.
You're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another 4,000 on the family and taking less. So
that's not a question or what she said. The question you asked, and then this is what I was talking about, Jack. I talk to people like this on Twitter all the time. They hear something and they just repeat. They have no idea how it all fits together.
Well, that's because they're dumb.
Not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because
the businesses you go to lead with housing.
Sure. Why not?
All right.
Fucking no.
FYI, Bob, thank you. The primary target for most Democrats and some Republicans, including Trump, is the woodmen. Remember, feminism is a culture. Or sorry, the woo men. Yeah. We need to stop with the woman-centric bullshit. We just do. I get why Vance is playing this game, but he shouldn't be. Stop with this nonsense.
Yeah.
Because all you're talking about is doing it slower, JD.
We know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on.
Have you thought about not murdering them in the womb?
No, I don't think that ever crossed his mind.
Just a rough estimate, Jack. With Roe in place, about 50 million kids were killed. Imagine how well they'd be able to staff all of those jobs in Minnesota with an extra million people just on average.
Oh, well, folks will be most impressed with those.
And that's not counting any of the babies those babies would have had when they grew up. Remember, Democrats stopped having sex with children. But when they became of age and had their own children, so they would have procreated. And yeah. Why do we have this shortage of people? You keep killing them. Stop it.
I bet abortion doctors ask that question all the time.
Apparently, we need childcare because there's a shortage of workers. That's what Timmy just told me. Timmy.
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others.
Did she say the economy and inflation?
I think she did.
All right. I think she meant immigration, because those are the top two, is the economy and immigration. But all right.
Filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
Liar, liar, liar. The vast majority of those judges never looked at the evidence. They looked at whether or not the person bringing it had standing, and those are two entirely different things.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pearl Davis. I think I did a good job prepping Tim for this debate. You did wonderful, just wonderful.
Somebody said Buttigieg was his partner on that one. Oh, that'd have been funny.
FYI, Bob, Thank you. It's funny that the two woman moderators never brought up transing kids. Oh, that they don't get to that.
I mean, why would they want to? Thank you, Keldrick. Trump just claimed extraterrestrials are real. Can you explain how he plans to pay for benefits for illegal aliens across the southern border? You know what's sad is that would not surprise me if they tried some shit like that.
Oh, me neither. Yeah, I'm guessing they're not going to bring up Timmy Walls's bullshit military record either.
I mean, he's already answered his lies, monkey.
Governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors.
For the record, this has been going on in Congress for a long, long time. There are people who objected to Trump and did not certify the electors.
Yep. But it's okay because that was Trump.
Yeah.
That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square. And that's all I've said. And that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships.
He's trying to get me hard, isn't he?
He's trying to get away from the stupid January 6th nonsense. They keep desperately trying to get back in.
Because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition.
Just rub Timmy's nose in there. That's funny.
Real fast.
And of course,
go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. Read first. Ha! Nice try. Let's be honest. The judges didn't really look if Trump had standing. They looked as if they were going to suffer in some way, like them or their family being attacked by the left or them being politically attacked. Yeah, I think that was a big part of it.
5 hours, monkey. Jesus Christ, man! I knew it would be long, but not this long. I was guessing about 6.
Yeah. We said early on be a very long stream, and it was 6 hours for the last debate. A little over that, I think.
A little bit, yeah, it was right around that. There was one that was like 5.5. I don't remember which thing we covered that was, but typically 6 is the norm.
They don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them.
Why don't these guys? He's got spit between his top and bottom lip that keeps attaching. I couldn't even listen to what he was saying. I have to back that up. Okay.
Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but
Look at
we're
it.
united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
You didn't exactly address the question, and you really should have, because you should. So Dangerous said it in chat. The answer to that question was, will you accept the results, or however she stated it? Is it going to be free and fair? Is it going to be a free election, a fair election? Are you going to have voter ID? Are you going to make sure that there's nobody voting who shouldn't be? People aren't using an address that's in the middle of a fucking street.
Yeah.
Well,
that was one of the things Trump said, though.
Yeah. That's the real answer. And I wish he would have hit a little more on it. Everything else he said, I'm fine with, but the actual answer to that question is important, and he skipped it.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused.
All right, Dangerous, thank you. We had a Time article telling us they took steps to guarantee an election outcome. Feels like there's a word to describe that. By the way, we heard a SCOTUS leak where they were concerned about taking cases. True. We know the folks in Michigan in what is that? The Wayne County board got threatened.
Mm-hmm.
To acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag. Several later died, and it wasn't.
Hey, Tim, I don't know if you know this, but all of them will eventually die. Has nothing to do with January 6th, you asshole. That is such a stupid oh, fuck. At least
it's meat for the base.
At least he said it in an honest way, which the others don't. I mean, Kamala was still claiming during the debate that they died on January 6th.
Yeah, he was deceptive in the fact that their deaths were not remotely connected to this.
Yeah.
But it was a more literal, honest answer.
They eventually died. Yeah, they all will.
Yeah, most people die. If they don't, they're, I don't know what, you got like the Wandering Jew is about the only, maybe Hermes Trismegistus and the guy that created the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. I think those are the only immortals I know, unless Vandal Savage is out there kicking around.
It's anyway, everyone who voted for Lincoln died. Coincidence? It is. It's a big conspiracy. Fuck.
Just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police.
Why were the state police crying? Come on, that's funny.
It was funny. Why were people marching to his house?
I don't know. Is this a real story? I don't even know.
FYI, Bob, thank you. Did you guys miss Hillary Clinton giving out hints and cues of censorship after bitching about Pizzagate? I did not. I didn't see it.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Me neither.
And Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made.
Mike standing where? Hidden in a room beneath the Capitol, surrounded by Secret Service, armed to the teeth? He makes it sound like they did this like right in front of Mike.
Yeah,
like they had him there, ready to go at his arms bound, and they were about to hang his ass on that gallows that would have fallen over if you actually put somebody in the noose.
Any weight on it. That looked like it was made of balsa wood.
The right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's that.
Why would you help the other side win?
Wait. So when you were a football coach, assistant coach, you guys lost to somebody, right? And so the next week you went to the team that beat you to help them win?
Is that like the cost of losing? Like you're enslaved to the opposition? I'm a little confused here.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. I really don't know.
This isn't folksy. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
I hate to be fickle with my definitions there.
Look, folks, I hate to be fickle with my definition. He doesn't use his full mouth to talk. Have you noticed that?
A lot of times, yeah.
Purses the sides. It's weird.
Where are we? Fuck.
That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here.
Helping the other side win is what was at stake.
Steak. I'm getting hungry now.
Oh, God. All right. This guy's a moron.
Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this.
Gavin Newsom just made it illegal to make memes, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're talking about Trump getting revenge because you guys used lawfare against him?
You
fuck off.
What I'm worried about is using the legal system against your opponents, like we've done to Donald Trump. If we lose, do you realize he can do that to us now? I am not for the Trump treatment given back to us. Keldrick, thank you so much. Sounds like he was a pretty terrible coach. Have you seen him run?
I mean, yeah.
There's a great moment in Community in the debate episode. It's like episode 9 of season 1, where the dean says that the best compliment that their school's athletic program gets is that their basketball team is really gay. And then later the basketball team shows up and they are all flamboyantly gay. And now every time I see it, I see Tim Walz run in with them.
Can we finally admit that the best part of Community was the dean?
The dean was definitely up there for me. Absolutely.
Because, like, I thought the show had its moments. It had some great episodes. But the dean, consistently the funniest person on that show.
Again, for me, Community is a lot like The Office. I don't find either one really funny. They just have moments of laugh out loud.
I totally agree. But if you watched a random episode, chances are the dean has the funniest part.
I like the dean and Troy because Troy plays dumb so well. Donald Glover.
Yeah.
No. What's his name?
Yeah.
Is it Donald Glover?
Yeah.
Who's the guy that's in Lethal Weapon?
I don't know. Fuck. We've been doing this for 5 hours and you start asking me movie questions.
Oh, that's Danny Glover. Glover.
My brain is fried, dude.
All right. This is why we shouldn't talk pop culture 5.5 hours into a debate stream.
So true.
But no, Donald Glover plays the dumb character so well. All right, here we go.
And a president's words matter. A president's words matter.
Oh, say it a third time. That makes it true. It's saying Beetlejuice's name.
I saw Biden tell me that the president of Mexico is in Egypt. I saw him the other day say that the answer to military strikes was arbitration to end the strike.
Yeah.
Which presidential words matter, dude?
People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history, people hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history.
That wasn't a complete thought. I think this issue of settling things at the ballot box is shaking hands when we win, and then he switches to an entirely different thought.
Did you expect a rational thing here? Because I sure as fuck did.
The guy's a moron.
Yeah, a little bit.
I didn't think highly of him before this debate. At this point, Minnesota, any bad shit that happens to you governmentally, you deserve for hiring this prick.
History that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And
the peaceful transfer of power wasn't happening on January 6th. That happens on January 20th. It's been that way for quite some time. As for challenging the election results, Democrats did it to Trump, dickhead, and you didn't say fuck.
And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Can they be the winner on election night?
I like how the party of weaponization of government is talking about shaking hands and they're tearing us apart with all this not doing exactly what we tell them to do.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
True.
Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads.
That like 10 people saw. They never bring that part up.
Oh, why would they want to?
Been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Because it's 100% not true.
Yeah.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revision.
That's revisionist nonsense.
Who said it was?
Well, he's linking January 6th to election interference that Hillary Clinton was talking about with her election.
The point there was that there was the denial of the election, which he claimed had never happened before in human history. Sorry, he did specify American history, so I should be kind to that because making him dumber is just mean. But he was pointing out that it's what the Democrats have been doing for a long time, and nobody said boo. You had people saying that, many Democrats saying that the electors, when they met at the Electoral College, should falsify their elector and be a false elector, which means voting for the person that didn't win. Mm-hmm. They were open about this.
Yeah.
But no, we've always just accepted the results and shake hands and fuck you.
Liar.
January 6th isn't a Facebook. Okay. I mean, technically you're right. It's meaningless, but you're right.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I
what revisionist
don't understand how we got to this point.
What because of the summer of 2020 where your side was telling everybody to protest and burn shit. That's where.
Yeah.
You guys don't like talk about that part either. Dangerous. Thank you. Presidential words matter. Like Trump must be put in a bullseye. And yes, let's be honest about January 6th, like how it was a riot. Let's be honest about how many feds were in the crowd. Fucking hell. Yeah, not just that. The fact that it was a planned protest, that they had a spot they were supposed to be in. Weirdly, this dude nobody'd ever heard of before tells them all to go to this other spot where he just happens to whisper in somebody's ear and it all kicks off.
Yeah, it's weird how that happens.
It's weird. But he was totally telling that guy secretly to, hey, calm down. Because nobody else that was on the bike rack needed to hear that. Only that one guy who then immediately turns violent.
Yeah, it's mystery what happened there.
But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions.
You guys had no problem with this shit during the summer of love. You don't get it both ways that people are in the streets and they should stay there. Kamala's words. And how dare you get violent?
Well, you see, they were protesting a legitimate cause of something.
Yeah,
But when you guys do it, it's wrong. You're evil.
I don't even want to explain how this connected in my head, but I just saw in my head the video of that chick getting hit in Seattle and full. It's not funny. She died. And yes, guys, I was talking about Ray Epps.
Did you see that that lawsuit got tossed too?
Yeah, didn't you send me that?
I think I did.
Yeah.
I don't remember if we talked about it or not. I send you shit all the time. I don't remember what I sent you.
That never should have been one. They should have never closed down the freeway for protesters. You shouldn't be on the freeway.
Yeah,
duh.
Get out of the goddamn road, retard.
And even with that, they had shut down the freeway for these idiots, and it's not their fault. Some guy came the wrong way down it and hit that bitch who was standing in the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny, but it's not their fault.
Oh, I got a couple stacking up here. Thank you, Keldrick. I desperately want Vance to turn to Walls and ask him, "Why are you gay?" in the same tone of voice and accent as that one meme from the African interview, that lesbian. Why are you gay? Yeah, first of all, that accent is fucking awesome for some reason. And yeah, that would be hilarious. Thank you, Frosted Glass. When you lose, you admit the loss and shake hands. On an unrelated note, the Democrats tweeted that Walls won the debate. I hope the sniper never. Oh, I can't read that part. Not only because I don't want him, unalived, but he also probably just chased the laser dot.
Probably.
Thank you, Tyra. Let's talk about how Congress had a January 6th hearings where they actually hid documents and videos from the people to push a narrative. Yes, it never saved any information either.
Wait, not just didn't save it, destroyed it.
Yes, destroyed evidence.
And as Dangerous points out, yeah, if you want to be honest, let's see all the video.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyree Frosted and Keldrick, for those. Appreciate it.
All right, let's see if we can get through this.
This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship.
Bro, California literally passed a law banning memes because it's a deep fake. That's not death threats. There was no death threat in that video that kicked that off. It was Kamala Harris. It was her voice with somebody talking shit about her and Biden. That's what you want to censor.
Yeah.
That's what was censored.
Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for
they don't bring up the trans thing after he brings up book burning, fuck you.
Everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it meant
he won, even if that's what he feels, he didn't say that at all.
Yeah.
He just pointed out that you guys did it too.
Manifested itself because of
He just
Donald
gave
Trump's
the Jim face
inability
again.
to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of speech.
No, bitch. No. JD quoted you.
Yep.
That was a quote. That wasn't a paraphrase.
There's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's
not misinformation. Is not yelling fire in a crowded theater. What is he talking about? Look, see, this is how you know he's ashamed of what he said, because he has to lie about it.
Yeah, he's shifting the goalpost.
And yeah, you absolutely can yell fire in a crowded theater, especially if there's a fire.
That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear masks.
the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded
saving
theater.
him again.
That is
why am I not surprised? This is the first good exchange they've had where they're talking to each other and the cunt has to open her meat flaps. I was trying to say that in a nicer way. Sir, thank you. Thank you, Circus Zero. One of the two girls that got hit on that highway was Summer, and the other girl's last name was Love. Don't remember if it was Summer or Love that died. It was Summer who died.
Yeah.
is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not. It's not anything anywhere
this is a
other
debate.
than.
No, it's not, Jack.
By all objective standards, this is technically a debate.
In Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America.
You do realize that this is not the same situation because JD's not the vice president right now? It's not like the loser has to go certify the election. That is the vice president's ceremonial job.
Yeah, JD should turn around and ask Tim if Trump wins, is she going to certify the election?
Ask about Jamie Raskin saying that if Trump wins, they won't let him become president. They're going to immediately kick him out.
Yeah, that'd be a good question.
Come on, show me how much you care about those election results. Hey, JD Vance, you really should be watching this show so that you have that in your quiver.
Right? You're welcome, JD.
Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office even if the president doesn't. And I think Kamala.
He does. His oath of office at this point is as a senator. What would you expect him to do? To certify the election? That would be Kamala Harris's job. And dear God, I hope she has to. That would be so funny. I hope Trump wins and she has to get up there and certify the election.
Well, Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do.
You're not in that position. If Kamala wins, just so you know, homie, she will be certifying her own election. She's the sitting vice president and will be until January 20th of 2025. 14 days after the certification.
I don't think Tim understands how any of this works. He just sort of shows up and does stuff.
This dude is a tard, man.
I'm telling you.
America,
I thought he was a tard for a long time.
I didn't know it was this bad. I really didn't. I've seen a lot of stupid shit out of his mouth, but it's, spread out over different videos and stuff.
If there's one thing I can spot, it's a retard.
An hour and a half of this tard, man, is just a lot to take.
Oh no, this is 6 hours of an hour and a half tard fest.
Fair enough.
Look at that still frame you got there.
Oh yeah.
Your pause game really is unparalleled.
Save yourself. Thank you so very much. Walls is saying Trump is going to win and JD would need to certify the next one. Split with Jack. Thank you. No, he's not. Because he's talking right now. Trump cannot lose the next election if he wins this one because he can't even run.
Yeah.
He has to be talking about this election. He said JD got picked because JD won't stand up to Trump and won't do the right thing. Well, the right thing that he's talking about is what Pence, Wooden Boy, certifying the election. Oh, Save Yourself says, I know. Don't fuck with me like that. I've been at this too long tonight.
Thank you, Save Yourself, though.
Thank you for the donation.
If she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor.
Okay, then the clear question there is, will Kamala Harris certify the election if Donald Trump wins and she thinks there was anything wrong with the election? That's the simple question, Jack, because that's the only person who's going to have a say in that is her. But don't worry, man. Congress passed laws that make it so that they have to. So she'd have to.
Your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News Vice Presidential
I think we come
debate
back for
continues.
closing statements. We have to be right close. All right, let's see. Come on.
You are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly,
I do want to say this. I wish they would have let him go a little bit more. But this was much more spirited than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
This was a better debate to watch than the two presidential ones. The first one, because dear God, Biden was just a drooling mess. And the second one, because once again, we saw a 3v1 on Trump, which was disgusting to watch.
Yeah.
Trump held his own just fine, but they were not good debates.
No, well, it's hard to have a good debate with a dementia patient and when you're getting gangbanged by a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this one, I think that both men were pretty articulate, but I don't know how anyone's saying Tim Walz won this.
We'll get through the final statements here, but you said that they were both articulate. This man on screen said that he's friends with school shooters.
Well, I said
you are correct. You are correct that he articulated it just fine, but I don't think that it should have been.
Oh, I don't think he expressed himself well, but he said words, and he used many of them properly. So articulate.
He used many of them improperly too, if we're being honest.
Yes.
But anyway, let's skip
they
through there.
were actual words, unlike the Biden one. I'm trying to be generous. I don't know.
All right, let's get through the closings, and then we'll wrap our side up.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News, and most importantly,
and that is the point. Sorry, that I wanted to get before we moved on. We've seen, especially with Hillary and with Kamala, their bullshit. Like, how can you talk to me like that? I'm a woman. And the fag on the screen never did that. So I do want to give him props for that. He had his, I look like a retard who's about to drool on myself thing going on, but I think that's just how he looks.
I mean, yeah.
So anyway. And I do not apologize for calling him a fag.
Thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift. And
I would not be pushing a Dick Cheney endorsement.
Why would you bring up Dick Cheney or Taylor Swift?
I don't know. They love their celebrities on the left. They do what the celebrities tell them. They worship at the heels of celebrity. Got me, dude.
A communist, a warmonger, and a pop star.
Yeah, who apparently doesn't give blowjobs because dudes just leave that bitch left, right, and center. I mean, lady, you're so toxic about you.
Either she doesn't give them or she needs to learn to retract her teeth.
Yeah, something. Because, oh dear.
Swift, I understand they're dumb like that, but Cheney, I wouldn't bring up Swift for one very simple reason. Kamala's numbers went down after her endorsement.
Yeah, well, the chick has bad judgment, let's be honest.
Oh, I did not mean to have it paused there. Fuck. I wasn't even looking at the screen.
I told you, man. Nobody can compare it to Monkey's Paws game.
a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is.
There's a lot of words I would use to describe Bernie Sanders. Optimistic is not one of them.
Opportunistic, maybe.
Opportunistic would be a great word.
And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or your exam room, but the freedom for you.
Unless it's for a shot.
Yeah, yeah.
They love freedom for what they want freedom for.
Yeah, they want it, freedom for themselves, but you better fall in line, bitch.
You to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear.
Of all of the horrible things you guys said was going to happen during Donald Trump's first administration, which one of them came true? I'm really curious.
That's one of them there mysteries, Monkey.
Clear. He will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing.
Why have you spent the whole night fear mongering, cunt?
It's fun.
Women are going to die on the way to their second abortion in North Carolina.
Yeah, as they sneak out of the state because the cops are going to pull them over and be like, "You look awfully preggers, bitch."
There's going to be a national pregnancy registry.
Yeah, he actually said that. Why, I don't know, but he said it.
Bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class.
And did they not update this speech?
No, politics of joy. The politics of joy. What does that mean? That's a hollow platitude. And again, joy is a weird word used by old people.
I don't have a problem with the word joy or even politics and joy. I think it's weird. But that wasn't testing well, and they dropped that.
Yeah.
Keldrick, thank you. The American carnage came true, and the Democrats made sure of it. I mean, if COVID eventually came around, you're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
And she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive.
He's about to ask for our vote. I didn't mean to cut him off there, but I almost feel bad for him that he lost the coin toss, because everything he just said, Vance can end in a sentence. Kamala Harris is the current VP.
Yeah.
All of the shitty things she's going to fix, she hasn't done. So why do you think she'll do it now?
Yep. That's really all he needs to say.
Yep. But anyway.
Humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
No fucking
Governor
way.
Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse.
See?
Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the...
Fuck both of you whores. All right. Let's see.
Real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Cougar Knife. This entire thing has meant for a while. Look at acts or accept lies if it makes you feel good and justified. Their voters spit at facts because, like the Nazis, they fight for the false greater good. They call you Nazis because it's projection. Yeah, I'd agree with a lot of that.
Okay. Let's start with their closing statements. Vance's was good. He should have opened with Kamala's been president for 3.5 or vice president for 3.5 years instead of giving us a little story first. But otherwise, it was really well done. He knocked that out of the park. That was a great closing.
Yeah.
Tim Walz's was a campaign stump speech. It was useless platitudes we've heard from the campaign since its inception. Cougar Knife, thank you. The illegals and killing and raping people. Sorry, I'm guessing that's supposed to be are. The illegals are killing and raping people. Their biggest fear is a safe and happy family home. They want you to be so scared and beaten down, you beg for their non-help. Yeah, I mean, solving problems doesn't help politicians in the next election.
Yeah.
What'd you think of their closings, Jack?
I agree. I think Walz's was just more standard cut and paste platitudes, and he said it well enough, I guess, but it was just the usual taglines and quotes from speeches we've already heard before. I think JD Vance did a really good job and pointed out a lot that Kamala Harris is the incumbent.
Mm-hmm. And that's all you really have to do when the incumbency is so bad. Frosted says, was I wrong about the debate depicting a murder? Yes, you were. Vance did very well here, especially given the 3-on-1 nature of it. But it doesn't seem to be in Vance's nature to go for the killing blow. Donald Trump would have ripped this retard to shreds.
I think it would have been messy. Absolutely.
I think again, I think JD won this. How will it be spun? I don't think Walz did bad enough outside of some gaffes that the news is going to come after him for it. So in that respect, probably a push on this one as well, even though, yeah, JD gave much better answers, actually answered most of the questions. He did get a few moments in there where he called out Walz, but for the most part, he kind of got pushed around by these ladies. And he doesn't have that killer instinct. Do you disagree?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think Walz is retarded, and JD can't do the kill shot because it's sort of like that scene of Mice and Men where he has to kill the retard.
Yeah, Lenny.
Yeah, you've off the fan of the land, and he's having a hard time doing it. You know, it's kind of hard to beat up on a retard. So, I don't know, man. This was painful to watch. It's not going to move the needle at all.
I don't know. I think it might for some people who are looking and all of. I've seen a lot of this with some of the reaction videos that I've watched to political stuff, where they'll hear something about somebody until they get to see their own uncut version of it.
Yeah.
And
let me alter. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do think if there's some people that are on the fence because of some horrible shit they've heard about JD and what he believes, he might have won them over.
Maybe. I think I'm going to revise my statement a little bit. I think that the debate is going to not help Trump as much as it could hurt Kamala. I think she needs the votes more than he does.
Yeah. Let's just see if we can get a good pause face on Timmy here. There we go. I can't look at those two whores anymore. It's the vice presidential debate, so you're not probably going to change many minds anyway, but the Democrats have done such a job of demonizing their opponents that this could have won some people over, getting to see JD and how professionally, how un-Trumpian he was.
Yeah. Yeah.
And is it going to make a big difference? Probably not. But when you watch that first answer about should Israel be, or what would your advice be? Would you be for a preemptive strike against the Iranian nuclear facilities. And you just listen to the verbal diarrhea that came out of this man. I mean, he wasn't even making points there, not even bad points, just no points at all. He was just speaking. Kamala's not known for being intelligent either. And I think we're just getting more and more. We're seeing that this is why they keep him off TV, and a lot of people are noticing it.
Yeah. I think this isn't going to move the needle much for Trump, but it will affect Kamala because, like you said, both these people seem like fucking tards. Kamala's retarded. She's hiring a retard who's more retarded to be her VP. Although I'm not sure he is more retarded, but it's a close race.
Yeah, and I think Vance did very well as not coming off as smug. He didn't come off as an elitist or as creepy or any. Walz came off like an absolute spaz.
He was all over the place, giving non-answers. And not once did JD Vance look weird.
No.
Walz is the guy that called him weird. And Walz looks like a weirdo.
Vance was normal. His hair's perfect. Those piercing blue eyes staring at you the whole time without giving a creepy smile or anything. He looked very well in this.
Yeah.
But again, go ahead.
He should have hit him a little more with the the lies that Walz was told.
His downfall, if he had one here, is he does not have that killer instinct.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy, and that's great. And for your vice president, that's probably what you want, is just a nice guy. But there were so many things that did not get brought up in here. Nothing about Tim Walz and his nonsense in Afghanistan or sorry, Iraq, and not going there. Tim Walz, thank you. Shout out to my school shooter homies. Pour one out for the homies. Thank you. Nothing about his making his state a trans children's sanctuary.
Yeah, trans haven.
He pushed a little bit on the abortion thing, but I don't know if he just doesn't have the information or just decided not to use it. But literally, they have the stats on babies born alive that they just let die. And Tim Walz signed a bill that made it so they didn't keep those records anymore.
Yeah.
That should have been something he hit him with. So, yeah, it was fine. And it's probably my favorite of the 3 debates we've watched.
Yeah, but that's a low bar, dude.
It is a very low bar.
I did enjoy watching Trump like look at Biden like he's a pathetic old man, but
for entirely non-political reasons, the first debate is my favorite.
Yeah, but for political reasons, this one was probably the best of the debates.
Yeah, the first one is more personal because I hate Joe Biden with a burning passion, and I enjoyed watching his downfall.
Yeah. Real quick, thank you, Cougar Knife. If I'm being honest, I didn't know anything about Vance, and this made me possibly vote for him down the road as president. He could have done better, but came off as an actual leader. Yeah, I agree. Like, I really didn't like Vance for a long, long time, and I'm mostly just indifferent about him, but he did a really good job. He's a very good public speaker. He's obviously done his research. I think he needs to be a little bit more cutthroat, but he did come off as way more presidential than that creepy weirdo goofball. So, I mean, yeah, I could probably pull the trigger and vote for the guy.
Yeah, I don't know if I could support Vance as the head of the ticket. Some of his answers when we start, especially his way pro-women answer, is a big problem of where we are, how we got here.
Yeah.
No, I'm still going to be pro to women's because that's what we're supposed to. No, it's okay to tell women they're being dumb when they're being dumb, and we need to do that more.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that would probably keep me voting for him as the major party candidate, but he didn't do anything here that would keep me keep me from voting for Trump. So anyway, any final thoughts, Jack?
I have a headache.
My final thought is that me and Jack are not friends with school shooters.
Fact.
And Tim Walz is way dumber than I thought he was.
Oh, dude, he is so dumb. I keep saying he's retarded, and people are like, how can you say that? He's just not good at public speaking. No, the man's a fucking idiot. And now I think a lot more people are on board with me.
He's an idiot and a liar because
yeah.
His answer on the Tiananmen thing, dear God.
That's why Vance should have hit him with the stolen valor thing, because his answers to that would have been even more pathetic.
Did Minnesota really elect this mofo twice, didn't they? Isn't he in his second term?
I think he's at least his second term, yeah.
Yeah, they did. And they elected him to Congress in his district 6 times.
Yeah, we don't know why either, but here we are.
Frosted said he's too stupid to lie. Well, that's true. And thankfully for us, he's too stupid to know that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Guys, thanks for coming out. It's been 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 50 seconds as I say this. And we appreciate you, especially those of you who stayed here the whole time, you crazy bastards.
Yeah, you guys are gluttons for punishment. We're doing this because this is our job.
Yeah, and I do enjoy it. I like this kind of stuff, and this one was much better than I thought it would be, so it wasn't as painful as that Trump Kamala one was just painful.
Yeah, that was, man, I'm tired from this, but that was a wipeout. I have never wanted to end a stream preemptively where we're not even done with the video until that moment. Because like halfway through it, I'm like, I don't want to watch this.
By the end of that one, I was drained. I had nothing left from sitting here watching that retardation that we saw.
Yeah, it was incredibly. I believe said at the end of the stream, like, I have been talking to you for 6 hours about this. I'm going to bed.
Yes.
And that really summed it up well, because I think we were both just like completely exhausted from watching those two just not answer questions. And again, Tim Walz did a lot of that here, but at least this was much more entertaining. Kamala is exhausting.
And on top of that, as bad as the moderators, they got better. I have a feeling they got a talking to early on, because about halfway through this, that clear bias, especially after that exchange with Vance. Thank you for pointing out the law.
Man, that was rude.
They went to a commercial after that, and they were way toned down when they came back.
Yeah, it definitely had a change after the commercial break.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that they did get a little more even-handed, but that first half, they were really pissing me off. It was still 3-on-1, but
that was a large part of it with the Kamala debate, is because, look, I don't even necessarily need the debate questions to be fair, but they need to be unfair to both candidates in the same way.
Yeah.
And that was so blatant. And you guys know how I feel about the press in the first place. If Vance left at that point, I wouldn't blame him. Me neither, but if I was him, I would have been like, shut your cock holster, bitch. Because you're not here to debate me, lady. You wanted to know why? Here's why. Oh, thank you for the law. She just didn't like that he corrected her.
Yeah. Well, he's mansplaining or something.
How dare you mansplain? I can't wait to read some of the fact checks of this and see if they touch on that and point out that JD is 100% right.
Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to give Vance any credit.
I don't know, man. CNN really hates Kamala.
I think they do, because she snubbed them. She insulted them a couple of times. So
yep.
And probably rightfully so, because CNN needs to be insulted occasionally. But to do that to your own team, kind of dumb move, Kamala.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so generous to us. We cannot tell you how much we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you for watching. The engagement is wonderful. We have the best chat in the world, and we love you guys. Jack, anything you want to show?
I dropped a link to a cool video. But like Monkey said, you guys are awesome. Thanks for coming out and watching and powering through this with the rest of us. But yeah, appreciate all the donations, all the support you guys give us, just watching the show and interacting with us. Sorry we couldn't really focus too heavily on chat because these things are require a lot of attention, unfortunately.
And with that, we're just going to wrap up. Jack, a pleasure as always, my friend.
I'm always glad to be here, except for that one Kamala debate.
Everybody take care of yourselves. We love you, and we'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Kamala Harris got ahead with her cooter, and her running mate is friends with school shooters.